friends, welcome to your middle of the week Pop Start Plus. On the show today, one of the stars of the Gilded Age tells us about her deep connection to her character. Plus, speaking of friends, Courteney Cox stopped by to tell us all about her new spooky series, and later we're throwing it back to an absolute classic, My Cousin Vinnie. But first, here's today's Pop Start. I start with the item we teased earlier this morning. Larry David, HBO's pulled the comedian's highly anticipated documentary just hours before it was scheduled to premiere on Tuesday. The network announcing in a statement on Twitter that the two-part special is being postponed without giving the fans any real update as to when or why or what's going on. The tweet went on to explain, quote, Larry has decided he wants to do it in front of an audience. Oh. The project titled The Larry David Story was scheduled to air last night. Oh. So I guess at face value, he wants to do it in front of an audience. Maybe behind the scenes, he doesn't love the documentary. Okay. Either way, you got a lot of power at HBO to be able to play in the 11th hour. Next up, People, the magazine, just revealing the stars honored in this week's special Women Changing the World issue. On the cover, one of our favorite artists around here, Lizzo. A Grammy winner opening up to the magazine about dealing with body shamers and protecting her mental health. And in addition to the Truth Hurts singer, you're going to see some other great women being recognized in the issue, including Rita Moreno, Goldie Hawn, and Jeopardy star Amy Schneider. For the full story, be sure and check out that new issue of People. It hits newsstands on Friday. Next up, Earning It, narrated by chart-topping artist Ciara. The 5-part docuseries is shining a light on some of the trailblazing women working in the NFL and opening doors for more to join both on and off the field. Here's a quick peek.
The pipeline for women in the NFL wasn't built overnight. It is still a work in progress. But those leading the way have built a foundation, one that leads from the stands to the sideline. And for a chosen few, the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
All 5 episodes of Earning It, the NFL's forward progress, are streaming now on Peacock. Next up, The Courtship, Hoda, your favorite new show. Love is in the Air, on NBC's new dating show. That's making all of your Bridgerton dreams a reality. The new series is taking one woman back in time to Regency-era England, where she's going to be courted by 16 eligible suitors. And here's a peek at Miss Nicole Remy meeting them for the first time.
Welcome.
Hi. Thank you all so much for being a part of this with me. I'm just so grateful. I just want you guys to know, like, I am in pursuit of something that I feel like I need in my life. Like, I'm confident with everything else, and love is one thing that's missing. So I'm 100% all in.
Is it real? That costume budget looks like it's more than our annual budget here. That just looks cinematic, doesn't it?
It's like you're stepping into a fairy tale.
It is a good idea
you
for
go to a ball,
that era.
You ride in a carriage.
The guys are thrilled. Is it like the Bridgerton meets The Bachelor?
But these shows are known to get so raunchy in the hot tub. It's going to be weird to see how that all works into this civilized society. The Courtship is the name of it. It kicks off Sunday here on NBC. You can also stream it the following day on Peacock. And now the plus in Pop Start. A couple more headlines for you. First up, Getting Organized. Our favorite tiding team is back. Clea and Joanna from The Home Edit are returning for a second season of their hit Netflix series. This time around, their superstar organizing skills have landed them a new lineup of celebrity clientele from all across the country. Here's a peek.
We are professional organizers. Post Get Organized on Netflix. Everything changed overnight. We have clients all over the country, including some celebrities. How do you do it?
Wow.
They have this way about them that adds a magic to the entire space.
This space has just been overwhelming.
Okay. To the chaos.
I literally have like a million props. I mean, that's why you guys are here.
Challenge accepted.
Wow, the big celebs on season 2. I think that started with Hoda in her closet, though, a few years ago. Season 2 of Get Organized with The Home Edit, that streams on Netflix on April 1st. Coming up, and finally, Julia. On Tuesday, HBO dropped the first trailer for a new biographical series about the culinary icon Julia Child, starring Sarah Lancashire and David Hyde Pierce. The show's going to follow the famous chef's career with her long-running cooking show. Here's a peek of that.
I've had a recurring thought that I'd like to propose to you. An educational cooking show, hosted by myself.
Feels flimsy to me. This is public television, for God's sake. Shouldn't we go with someone with a more camera-friendly look and a less distinctive sound?
You were onto something so big. I'm just sorry that my colleagues don't have the vision to see it yet.
Where are these gentlemen? One of the advantages of looking like me is that you learn at a young age how not to take no for an answer.
Foodies everywhere are going to love that. That looks good. Julia hits HBO on March 31st. Those are your Pop Start Plus headlines. Coming up, a look at the Gilded Age with one of its stars. Stick around.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back to Pop Start Plus, the new HBO show. Well, it's an HBO Max show. It's called The Gilded Age, and it's from the creator of Downton Abbey. It portrays what the transformative time of the 1880s New York might have looked like. Danae Benton plays Peggy Scott and told us her work has reminded her that she's always belonged.
New York is a collection of villages. The old have been in charge since before the Revolution, until the new people invaded.
How I would describe the Gilded Age is just finery at its best meets really exciting social drama.
I hope you're not against Miss Scott. She'll disrupt things.
Maybe we need a bit of disruption.
Peggy Scott. I feel like I'm deeply in love with her. She is a young, aspiring writer. As a black woman in the 1880s, she's educated. Her father owns a pharmacy. She's supposed to inherit the pharmacy, but she has her own dreams.
There aren't any colored writers, especially women writers, who can make a living wage.
I will soon find out how much colored women writers make.
I remember when I read Peggy's breakdown, and I saw myself so completely, and I felt protective of her because she felt like this spiritual ancestor of mine that kind of also came to remind me that I've always belonged. I think that there's so many limiting perspectives for black people and black artists, what we take in from the media, from our history books about what we can and can't be. And the idea of being the first is kind of this illusion that keeps you cut off from your power and from your history. And I always dealt with not quite feeling like I belonged, and then I saw Peggy, and I was like, oh my God, I've always existed. You know, people who move through the world like me, black women who move through the world like me, and that tightrope that we walk has always been there. And so it's been really healing, actually, to get to share Peggy and get to be this intimate in relationship with her story.
Have you ever thought about writing anything political, Miss Scott?
I have.
Don't ask her if she's a Republican.
Well, why should I align myself with either party when I don't have the right to vote? Working with this entire cast has been a masterclass. As a theater kid, I mean, I don't know if there's any scenes without a Tony nominee or Tony winner present. So I was just fangirling inside all the time. And then Audra was just the icing on the cake that I didn't even dare imagine. I couldn't have, you know, my 15-year-old self like obsessively watching her YouTube videos and seeing her do for me what I hope Peggy gets to do for other young black girls is like so special.
I'm going now. But just remember, we are all held fast, frozen in time until you finally allow us to move forward.
Honestly, all of the scenes that I got to shoot in the Scott house were just so amazing. They were written so well. The set, like walking into this brownstone and having the whole set decorated with these photographs, these true photographs of black families from this time, black upper class families from this time. It was like images that have been really hidden from all of us in this country. We all had so much fun shooting that scene with Marion and the shoes. Like, we all just viscerally had our own experience with that type of white nonsense, including Louisa.
Old shoes.
I thought, what did you think, Miss Brooke? That we would need cast-off shoes?
We're like laughing between takes at the looks that, you know, the housekeeper was giving her. It was so alive. Louisa and I talked a lot about Peggy and Marion's relationship, and we also talked about the nuances of intimacy between Black and white women right now in 2022 and what makes it difficult and challenging, and where white supremacy really gets in the way of true sisterhood getting to form. And so we were like, how do we show a true, honest relationship develop that also really gets to honor the time it would take to build that trust? I want viewers to see that we all have our divine right to our own sovereignty and to carving out a life path that makes sense to us. And I think that as a Black woman, it's kind of a radical act. She's 20 years out of a country where she literally couldn't have owned her own body as herself. And so I want Black people to see that kind of freedom and access to the story that's always been theirs and always will be. And I want the United States at large to really just take ownership of the true diversity that has made up this nation, and that the story that we see doesn't exist without every type of person existing on every level. So I'm really excited for the audience to get to finally find out what all of Peggy's secrets are. You know, my mom, everyone's always like, why is she meeting with that lawyer? What's going on? You know, and so we will definitely get to see that story unfold and see the path it sets her on. And I think her and Marion kind of come to these crossroads moments of, are they gonna choose themselves, or are they gonna choose this other path? And so I think everyone will be excited to see that. And then I think season 2, for my character, I'm hearing whispers of just getting to go even deeper into the nuances of her world and to the nuances of the Black world of that time. And so I am really thrilled about that.
You can catch new episodes of The Gilded Age Monday nights on HBO and streaming on HBO Max. Coming up, our visit with a friend in Studio 1A. That's right, the delightful Courteney Cox.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And we're back. Courteney Cox, everyone's favorite tidy friend, is returning to the small screen in Shining Vale on Starz. She plays a mom who senses things are not quite right when her family moves into an old mansion. And Courteney stopped by Studio 1A to tell us all about the new show.
Courteney Cox starred as everyone's favorite tiny friend, Monica Geller, on NBC's hit sitcom, and now she is returning to the small screen. It's a spooky new show. Courteney plays a wife and a mother of two going through a midlife crisis who seems to be the only member of her family seeing spirits in their new and haunted home. Courteney, this sounds like perfect for you. I was just thinking, like, it takes Scream, it takes a little fun with friends. It's like the perfect combo.
It really is. It's just one of the greatest times in my life that I get to play a character that is so layered. She is a mother of a teenage daughter. Yeah. She is going through depression, menopause, writer's block, you name it. And she's trying to get her family back together after having an affair with the handyman.
Oh, so totally normal. And it's totally creepy, too. Like, there's a part of it that's really, like, scary.
Oh, it's scary, yeah. Mira Sorvino, who's an incredible actor, plays the character named Rosemary, who, I mean,
like
she's got a very dark past, and she is at this house, and she's scary.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. So did you, when you read the script, did you say, yeah, that's for me?
Absolutely, the first thing. I mean, it's created by Sharon Horgan, who's this incredible actress, writer, and Jeff Astroff, who I've known since Friends. So it's got this perfect combination of, it's a dark comedy, it's also, you know, really, really scary, and I couldn't be happier with it. It's fun.
Did you shoot it in the same lot that you shot Friends?
Yeah.
How weird was that?
I know, stage 5. It's the first year we shot Friends, and I walked in, and that's where I do my writing in the show, and I just, all these memories flooded back. We have one bathroom, and just where the
unchanged.
Most of the cast would play poker, and I was watching the OJ trial.
That's what you did during. I cannot believe your daughter is 17.
I know.
Are you freaking out? Are you an empty nester yet?
I'm gonna be, and I didn't think about it for a while, and recently it hit me, and that's gonna be tough.
How do you anticipate it being? Like, do you think, will everything be different for you when that happens?
I think so. I mean, she is the kind of kid that's either in her room or out. So there will be things like, I didn't notice she was here anyway. She's very independent, and but it's going to be hard for sure.
By the way, she's got a beautiful singing voice. I've got to listen to her on your Instagram a little bit. It's really good.
She's really good.
Is that something she's thinking about?
Oh, for sure. She's going to go into the arts, and 100%.
How about you? You're like playing the piano, and you just yell to her, "Coco, come sing!" And she's like, "No, I'm not coming." She just does.
I can't get her to do anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not talking about just the dishes. I cannot get her to help me on the. I just want her to sing for me on a little piano. No, she won't.
And your house, I was just watching some of the stuff you do. It seems like such a fun place to be. You invite in, like, you'll have Ed Sheeran, Elton John said that people are coming over for dinner. What is life like at your home?
Well, I've been having these Sunday gatherings forever because there's really no community in LA. It's so spread out. I don't have any family there. My closest sister's in Newport. So I've been doing this for the longest I can remember. My grandmother used to do it. I have 21 first cousins, so I kind of need that.
You have 21 first cousins?
Yeah. So now that I live in LA, I have all kinds of people.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a real coup to have Elton John.
How did that even come to be? What was that?
Ed invited him for dinner because he was staying there, and I was obviously in awe. But I do have a really interesting group. It can change every week. It doesn't matter what you do. It's nice. You meet people that you would never normally meet, and I don't mean famous. I'm just talking about
regular,
just great people.
Wow. We're both 57, which when I was reading that, I was just like, wow. And you talked about, I think it was to one of the magazines, about how we were all chasing our youth. We want to go, we want to go back in time. And how do you feel about that as we sit here in these chairs today?
Well, I had made some comment that was really blown out of proportion. Yeah. I wasn't trying to teach anybody anything. I was just talking about myself, and it was years ago. But I mean, aging is not easy, but you just, at a certain point, you just relax into it and are happy with the parts that are good about it. I mean, I used to come here and would have been a nervous wreck, and now I'm older.
Totally chill.
I'm comfortable. I just talk to you all day.
You used to be a nervous wreck here?
Well, I was just thinking, who does this? And it's all live, and oh my God, him timing and 4 seconds, wave to the camera. And I was like,
now
okay.
you're a different place. Are you happy right now?
Oh yeah, I'm really happy.
By the way, your man is hot.
Oh,
You have a great man. Are you guys getting married or?
We've been together for 8 years, and he's just. I don't think about marriage. We just are
Happy.
Yeah.
You're just happy.
Yeah.
Like Goldie and Kurt, you're just happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's so talented, and I still have a talent crush.
See, that's the coolest.
And a great voice.
He's got a great voice, too.
I don't mean singing. I sometimes just say, do you mind leaving me a voice message, even though we just hung up?
Just so you could listen to him. Wow. Well, good luck with this show. I hope a lot of people check it out. It's called Shining Veil. It premieres Sunday night on Stars. Courtney, thank you for coming to see us.
And we should mention Shining Veil premieres again on Stars Sunday night. Still to come, we're marking 30 years, if you can believe it, of the classic My Cousin Vinnie.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. You know, this month marks 30 years since the release of the beloved My Cousin Vinnie. Joe Pesci starring as a wise guy Brooklyn lawyer who travels south to defend an innocent relative. And he joined Today back in 1992 to fill us all in on that role.
Vinnie Gambini, what's he like?
Well, he's a street guy from Brooklyn who has a lot of heart, a little tough guy. But he uses all his street smarts and whatever brightness he has to try to get his cousin out of jail who's being held for murder in Alabama. So it's a lot of fun when he gets down there.
Yeah, Vinnie's fairly unsophisticated about the judicial process. In terms of the movie, is he ignorant?
Well, I don't think he's ignorant. I mean, he's ignorant to the process in the court. He's never been in the courtroom before. So he doesn't know what he's doing, but he learns, he watches the other lawyer, and he reads. The one thing that it doesn't show in the film that was probably cut out somewhere along in the editing was that he's dyslexic. So his big problem is that he can't read fast enough, so it's hard for him, and it's pretty funny.
How much freedom, Joe, did you have in terms of defining Vinnie's character?
I had a lot of freedom. I always start off that way with the director and producers. I get a vision of what I think the character should look like and what he should be like from the script, and then I usually go with that, and they let me, thank God.
Is it true what I heard that you used the character that you played in Raging Bull to help you define Vinnie?
No, I heard that too. I think that somehow the writer said that when he was writing it, he may have said that he had me in mind, and maybe from seeing Raging Bull, but I certainly don't see any similarities. I think Vinnie uses his street smarts to better himself in a way, to educate himself better, and he wants to be an attorney, so he's looking for a better life for himself, not just a street kid,
All right, let's run the clip in here, and I'll set it up. One of the two youths who charged, innocent youths, I might add, who are charged in an Alabama town with murder is your cousin. This is where the two of them meet you and try to decide who's representing them.
What kind of cases have you had? Assault and battery, armed robbery,
No. Well, I expect he's done burglary, grand theft auto, drugs, right, Vin?
Nope, nothing like that either.
What kind of law do you practice?
Well, up till now, personal injury.
Well, you're a trial attorney, right? I mean, personal injury trials.
Well, actually, this would be my first foray into the trial process. I haven't had to go to court yet. Knock on wood.
You haven't had to go to court yet. How long have you been practicing?
Almost 6 weeks. But, Vin, you graduated from law school 6 years ago. What have you been doing since? Studying for the bar.
6 years?
Uh-huh.
That's a lot of studying.
Hey, Joe, this role combined with your parts in the Super, the Home Alone series, the Lethal Weapon series, are giving you a reputation for comedy. Is that the plan?
No, it's not really the plan. It's just I take things as they come, the scripts as they come along that I like, I wind up doing. So it's been running into comedies, and I'll go along with whatever comes, as long as it's a good script, you know.
You're an actor who's in demand right now, and what criteria are you accepting or declining scripts?
Jeez, I don't know. I just I have to really like the characters and enjoy it myself. That's basically what I go by.
You've been making movies back to back for nearly 3 years right now. Is that the kind of schedule you want to keep?
No, I have to slow up so that I can work on my golf game so I can beat you.
Well, you lost last time, but look, let me...
No, I didn't lose. Wait a minute.
What?
I get shots and I won, remember?
Well, you get shots and we flatted. I wasn't going to bring it up, but don't worry about it. Look, one quick quote from an interview I saw you said to the LA Times. I'm quoting you, okay? It says, "At this point, I'm sick of making movies. I have 3 movies coming out next year, but I might not make any more after that. I mean it. I might just stop."
I don't think I had that much money.
You don't still feel that way?
Well, I'll probably stop for a little bit. I mean, I need a rest. That's somebody talking that just needs a rest, I think, you know?
Yeah.
I'll probably, after Home Alone, which ends in April, I'll probably try to get at least a month off, and I think that'll cool me out a little bit. I mean, I have to do this. It's, it's something that I really have to do. It's not, I just love to act, so I'm going to wind up doing it until I probably croak behind the camera.
All right. After that, we'll have a rematch.
I mean, in front of the camera, not behind it.
I understood what you meant.
Oh, what a classic. Who doesn't love My Cousin Vinnie? Plus, it landed Marissa Tomei an Oscar. Well, that's going to do it for today's Pop Star Plus. Be sure and join us right back here tomorrow. Have a great day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today all day.
All
day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played. The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look.
Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie. Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold Cut. Cold Cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers. Okay. Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
and thanks for joining us for Consumer Confidential. I'm Vicki Nguyen. The headlines can be troubling. A recent spike in violence across the country. In New York City alone, NYPD's recent data shows crime is up 38% overall this year. Shootings have risen 32%. Transit crime, that's up 70%. And car thefts, those have jumped a staggering 93%. Several other cities also reporting a major spike in carjackings, including Minneapolis, where it's up 63% and 85% in Philadelphia. Now, these numbers can shatter our sense of security. That's why for the next 25 minutes, we're focusing on personal safety and protection. Learn simple ways to protect your property without spending a lot of money. As we start planning spring and summer vacations, what can you do to make sure thieves don't know you're gone? Plus, what to look for when you're shopping for one of those popular doorbell cameras, and some basic self-defense techniques so you can escape an attacker. But first, how to navigate potentially dangerous encounters during everyday activities, from commuting to shopping. A spate of recent violent crimes caught on tape. In Philadelphia, this man pulls a woman out of her car and takes off, leading to a wild chase that ends on foot, where police finally arrest him. In Chicago, two men approach a woman and push her up against a wall. Police say they stole her belongings and ran off. In San Jose, California, police say this man breaks the windows, snatches a purse from a woman sitting inside, and takes off in a getaway car. FBI data shows assaults and vehicle theft have increased from 2014 to 2020. So how can you protect yourself in some everyday scenarios? I enlist the help of former NYPD detective Mike Sapriconi, who is now the president of Squad Security. So here we are in a shopping center. What do we need to be aware of?
You want to be at a place close to the location you're going.
And park next to a lamppost, especially during the winter when it gets dark earlier. So, Mike, I feel like a common time that you're vulnerable is when you're just getting back from the store, you're distracted, you're putting things in your car. What do we need to know here?
Pay attention, look at your surroundings, put the things in your car as quickly as possible, check around, make sure there's nobody else watching you or observing you.
What if someone comes up and they want my purse?
Give it to them.
No fighting.
Don't fight, never fight. Give them your purse, let them take your purse.
What should I do when it comes to my car keys?
I would put them in my pocket along with your phone on your person, rather than put them in the purse, because if they snatch your purse, at least you still have a way to get out of here with your car.
Cities across the country have reported spikes in violent carjackings. Watch this incident in broad daylight in the middle of New York City. Carjackings last year up 55% in New York, 63% in Minneapolis, and 85% in Philadelphia. It might sound counterintuitive, but some experts say part of the reason carjackings are increasing has to do with the fact that cars are more secure now than ever before. You've probably seen it in the movies. Thieves starting a car like this.
Oh my God, you know how to hotwire a car?
But nowadays, new cars rely on key fobs, and that makes it a lot harder for thieves to get away unless they have this. Remember to keep your car doors locked, even while driving. Mike says make sure your windows are up high enough that someone can't reach in. Mike, let's say I'm stopped and some people come up and they try to carjack me. What do I need to know?
Always give them the car. Unless you have your children in the back seat or something, give them the car. It's not worth it.
Mike, it's cold out. A lot of people like to warm up the car before they get in, or they leave it running because they're going to go in the store real quick. What say you?
No, definitely not. No value to doing that. It's an opportunity. When the thieves see the smoke coming, that's like a smoke alarm coming to them and saying, hey, there's a car, let's take it.
As for public transit, Mike says stay vigilant. He investigated many crimes where thieves targeted distracted riders. He says the risk starts when you enter. Be careful on the stairs, an easy place for pickpockets to snatch your valuables from behind.
Vicki, I just got your phone. Your bag was wide open, you weren't paying attention, and it was so easy for me to just grab your phone out of your bag.
So what should I do?
Pay attention, move your bag to the front, block your bag, and be aware of somebody walking behind you on the steps.
Mike, what about this? A lot of times people are commuting, they put earbuds in.
Bad idea. It just takes away one of your senses. You should never have something that can't let you hear everything that's going around you.
Avoid the temptation to stand near the track and pay attention to anyone coming into your personal space. You know, people have a tendency, they want to see when the train's coming, they get close to the edge. What do you say about that?
Step aside. Always step back. Stay 6 feet off the yellow. The yellow's there for a reason.
When it's time to board, try to ride in the car with the conductor. In New York City, they always pull up to these zebra stripes. All right, Mike, so we get on the train. Where's the safest place to sit?
I would always think the middle is the safest place, not by a door.
Okay.
Because if you sit by a door, somebody can be lingering lingering or they're watching you as the door's open, you could snatch your bag.
What if the train's crowded, there's no seats?
Hold the pole, get by a pole in the middle of the train, and put your purse between your body and the pole.
Oh, okay. Some good reminders to help you stay alert and safe. Our thanks to Mike for that. And a bonus tip, if you are riding public transit in most cities, sit in the front car. That is often where the train operator is located. And when you're parking at a mall, look for that security booth in the parking lot. Try to find a spot near the guard shack. Coming up, it was made to keep track of your belongings, from keys to purses, but some have reported Apple's popular AirTags have been used for stalking. What you need to know. And later, simple things you can do to beef up security at home without breaking the bank. Consumer Confidential, coming right back.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
A warning now about popular tracking devices from Apple. They're called AirTags, and they track the locations of common items like your keys and your wallets. But people across the country have reported being stalked by strangers. We took one out to see how it can happen.
I was at the bar alone.
Model Brooks Nader was at a crowded bar in Manhattan when she says someone dropped an Apple AirTag into her coat pocket. The device, roughly the size of a quarter, links to a cell phone through the Find My app, designed to help you track your things. But now it's being linked to concerns about safety and privacy.
When I was almost home, I got this notification on my home screen pop up saying that I was being tracked, and I had been for a while now. Which is basically when I knew something wasn't right.
Nader estimates the AirTag was in her pocket for 5 hours. The device's owner able to track her every move before she got that alert.
I also didn't know what an AirTag was or anything like that, so I was definitely worried and concerned.
And Nader isn't alone.
Okay, so I think I'm being tracked.
On social media, others reporting finding random AirTags.
I was being informed that there has been an AirTag that has been following me.
Tucked in right here.
Law enforcement agencies across the country are also warning these AirTags can be used to track cars, allowing criminals to steal the vehicles once they're parked overnight.
It's literally been like tracking her car.
To show you how these AirTags work, I'm teaming up with investigative producer Joe Enoch. Joe, what do you got?
Vicky, I got my AirTag.
Okay.
I'm going to put it in your purse.
All right, we'll see what happens.
Bye.
Bye. I hit the streets of New York City with Joe watching me from his desk. First stop, gotta warm up, get something to drink.
Must be time for a coffee break.
Able to see the exact stores I go in.
Vicky is definitely doing some shopping at Sephora.
Will it work in the subway? All right, here we go, underground. Anywhere there's a cell signal, Joe can see the AirTag in my bag, moving with me.
Vicky is really moving now. My guess, she's on the subway.
Taxi ride. One last stop. Finally, time to head to lunch. Joe's not far behind, using his phone to track my location.
It looks like it's just right up here on the right.
The device leading him right to me. Whoa! Hey! You found, oh my gosh!
Right there.
Wow, you pinpointed me right to my table.
Exactly.
All with this little guy here.
It was easy.
If you had slipped this in without telling me, I would have had no clue that you were following my every move.
Scary.
Yeah, that is pretty scary.
I didn't receive a warning notification until I got home. It is now 4 hours after Joe put the tag in my purse, and I just got the alert that there was an AirTag somewhere near me. Apple says those alerts make it harder for AirTags to go undetected. The company also updated the AirTags to sound this alarm if they're away from their owners for 8 to 24 hours. In a statement, Apple says, "We take customer safety very seriously and are committed to AirTag's privacy and security. AirTag is designed with a set of proactive features to discourage unwanted tracking, a first in the industry, that both inform users if an unknown AirTag might be with them and deter bad actors from using an AirTag for nefarious purposes."
Now, this is important. Experts say if you get that alert or you find an AirTag in your belongings, don't go home. That could reveal where you live. Instead, go immediately to your local police department or a public place and then call police and ask them to meet you. Apple told us they will work with law enforcement to help track down the actual owner of the AirTag. Now, following our report, Apple did make some changes to its AirTag. Joining us now to talk about that and much more is tech expert and Tom's Guide global editor-in-chief, Mark Spoonhour. Mark, great to see you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, so let's start with these changes that Apple made. I don't think they anticipated that bad guys would use their AirTags in this way, but we saw what can happen. So what are they doing about it?
Yeah, in a way, they've made tracking almost too easy, right? Not just for items, but for people. So what they've promised is that they're going to be rolling out some changes later this year. I wish we actually had a timetable for those changes, but they're important, and they're threefold. So first, the sound of the alerts will actually get louder. That's one of the complaints that we had in our initial review, is that it was just too faint, especially if it's underneath a couch. So what about a car?
Right, exactly. You won't hear it.
Exactly. So the second change is that it's going to be easier and faster. The time element is really key to get those alerts, because it can't be hours that pass, it needs to be minutes. And the last thing is precision finding. So the same feature that's available to you and I using augmented reality and the live camera view, so you'll get an exact location of where that AirTag is using the camera and arrows that direct you directly to it.
Wow, really interesting. Well, it's good to see that they are doing something, and I think that makes people feel a lot better. So what are some of the things that people can do to take advantage of other types of personal technology, like our phones, to help make us safer?
Well, I think the number one thing is that if you're using your phone right now, turn off location services if you don't need it. And there are some apps that say use it only while using the app.
Right,
or
like Google Maps.
Right, or all the time in the background. And I would say turn that off. Don't use that unless you absolutely need it. There are ways to share your location with family and friends and specialized apps for that, which is fine, but I would turn that off. The other thing is I would turn off Wi-Fi and Bluetooth if you don't need it, because there are other vectors for potential attacks that you don't want to activate. But the other important thing that people don't realize is that your phone itself can be an SOS beacon, right? So look at the SOS features that are built into the iPhone and Samsung phones, for example. So you just press the side button and slide to activate it on the iPhone. On Samsung, you just press the power button a few times to activate it there. And don't just know how to activate the feature, make sure that you fill out your emergency contacts on your iPhone or Samsung device to make sure that when that ping is sent out, it's not just going to law enforcement. As soon as you hang up with 911, your family members will also be notified. So set that up on your phone.
Oh, that's really good. And turning off Wi-Fi and Bluetooth can help save your battery too. So that's a good tip. Let's talk about doorbells. What should people know before they invest in a doorbell camera?
Well, number one is that the video quality is definitely getting better, but there's certain features that you need to look for when you're buying a video doorbell. One is look at the aspect ratio and how wide the viewing angle is.
Wider is better?
Yeah, so wider is better, but also taller.
Okay.
So you want to be able to look at packages as they're delivered and other things that are there, and some people can try to duck down when you're using your doorbell camera. So make sure you have an ultra wide viewing angle and also make sure that it's tall. The other thing is make sure that you're signing up for the video storage online. And if you can, make sure that you have a battery backup as well as local storage if it's available to you as an option, because you don't want to necessarily have to rely on the cloud.
Got it. So you have two places that video that may be valuable in case a crime is committed to find it.
Yeah, and the last thing is make sure that you're looking for package detection, because these cameras are getting smarter. It used to be the case that if a leaf would blow by, you would get an alert.
Right.
But now they're smart enough to recognize pets, faces, and packages. So look for a doorbell that has all of these features built in.
And quickly now, when it comes to security, what apps do you recommend?
I mean, there's a bunch out there that we like, but one that is really good is called Noonlight. And it's a personal safety app, and it's almost like a panic button on your phone. It's very
Noonlight?
Yes,
Okay.
and it's very easy to use. So all you have to do is just press that button. It's almost like a security system on the go, right?
Oh, wow.
The authorities and police will be notified, and they'll go directly to your location, and your friends and family will be notified. Plus, there's this timeline feature built in so that, let's say you're going on a Tinder date, you can actually fill out that information, and then your friends and family will be contacted, and they'll have that context in terms of where you were supposed to be versus where you are.
Learned so much. Mark Spoonhour, thank you so much for coming in and sharing all your expertise. Really appreciate it. And up next, simple moves to help you escape an encounter with a would-be attacker. But first, when we come back, how to make your home less attractive to thieves, even when you're on vacation. You're watching Consumer Confidential.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Now a closer look at home security across the country, caught on camera, brazen crooks smashing windows, knocking down doors, even impersonating police officers. These cases can make us feel vulnerable. With spring break right around the corner, you may be traveling or leaving your home unattended, but there are some easy ways to protect your space from thieves.
From coast to coast, home security camera footage released by police captures burglars in action. In New York City, these crooks posed as police officers to get inside, overpower the homeowners, and walk off with $130,000 in cash and jewelry. In Phoenix, burglars deploy a battering ram to break in. In Los Angeles, a mother and her baby followed home and robbed in their driveway. And in Beverly Hills, 81-year-old philanthropist Jacqueline Avant, wife of famed music executive Clarence Avant, shot dead in her home. Police apprehended and later charged this suspect, who also attempted to break into another nearby home. Though national statistics show burglaries are in decline, these cases can shatter our sense of security.
While it can be scary to think about these crimes, there are simple steps you can take to prevent the criminals from targeting you and your home.
I enlist the help of Mike Sapriconi. He's a former NYPD detective with 16 years of experience. He's now the president of Squad Security, a global security firm.
Mike, when it comes to these bad guys breaking in, what's the first thing we should know?
Well, these are crimes of opportunities, so we want to make it as difficult as possible for them to come to your home and break in.
What's the most common way criminals get into someone's home?
Basic things, checking doors, checking windows. They're going to look for something that might be open, unlocked, like this. If it's locked, they're going to move on.
Mike says breaking windows and doors can alert neighbors, and many criminals will move on if there isn't a convenient way in.
Another common thing people do, they hide the key under the doormat or maybe nearby the front door.
Anywhere in proximity of the door, they're going to check. Don't do it.
If you have a security system, Mike says to occasionally call your company to make sure the software and equipment are up to date. No alarm system? He says a video doorbell can be a cheaper alternative. These days, many of us also rely on delivery services, so our packages can pile up.
We all know about porch pirates, but this is also a key that no one's home at all. The more things you leave out, more people are going to know you're not home.
Got to get these inside quickly.
Always, quick as possible.
What if you have to go on vacation and you're going to leave your home empty?
You want to make your home feel as secure as possible, so you want to always try to do as much as you can to make that person, the burglar, think someone's home. You want to maybe leave lights on, put some shades down. You want to be able to not have somebody be able to look into your window and see that nobody's around.
And if you park your car outside,
Keep your car doors locked, because if you have an automatic garage door opener programmed inside, it'll work even if there are no keys.
Mike says thieves sometimes strike right when you get home. So look around before getting out of your car. Be aware of your surroundings and avoid talking and texting on your phone.
Let's say you come home and something's not right. The door is open, a window's open. What should you do?
Step back for a minute. Call 911, get to a safe place, give them a description, what you saw. Don't go inside.
So what happens, Mike, if you're inside and someone breaks in?
Don't confront them. Step back, give them whatever they're asking for, is usually property. Get a really good description, and then when the opportunity comes, call the police once you're safe.
Mike, again, with those great tips. And don't forget about the items you leave outside around the house. A spade can be used to smash a window. A ladder can be used to get into your second floor. So clean up those tools. Also, if you are going away, ask a friend or a neighbor to pick up your mail, or you can also request the post office to put it on hold while you're gone. Well, next up, we're going to be hanging out with 2 black belts. When we come back, learn some self-defense moves to help you get out of a potentially dangerous run-in.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There are some simple things you can do if you ever find yourself in a dangerous encounter. We're all geared up. The key really here is to give yourself enough time to make a run for it. To help us with all of that, martial arts instructors Cherise King and Adam Ladd, thank you both for being here. You're a 2nd-degree black belt. Adam, you're a 5th-degree black belt. Combined, you have more than 50 years of experience. Okay, so Cherise, let me start with you. Not all of us can have this kind of experience, but what if you are just a beginner and you want to stay safe, and just some basic tips to keep yourself safe when you're out there?
All right, some basic things you want to think about when you're outside is just being aware. Being aware is one of the things that if you just know your surroundings, you kind of see things happening, right? Like when I'm on a train, I'm always looking around. Somebody comes on, I want to see what kind of bag you're holding. If you look suspicious, I'll leave the train. I'll go to the next cart, right? So just being aware, if you're on the train, having your back against the wall, not standing on the edge of the platform. I see a lot of people that just kind of like to wait on the edge. I just don't understand it. Right? I like to keep my back so I can, no one's behind me, right? We're getting a lot of people lately getting pushed. So those are some things that can really save your life or save you.
Be aware of who's in your personal space. Don't have your head buried in a phone, for example. What about kids, Adam? You work with a lot of young students. What do you teach them?
you have to make a scene. If someone picks you up and takes you, you got to say, this is not my mom, this is not my dad, and just be loud, make a scene, make sure people are looking at you. And then keep that contact with your parents, right? A lot of kids like to walk around with their head in their screens, and they kind of lose that touch with their parents, and keeping that contact keeps that form of awareness as well, like Sharice was saying, is being aware of your surroundings. Same thing, take your head out of the phone, take your head out of the iPad.
Yeah, and practice that with your kids, right? Practice yelling or breaking away.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're gonna do some practicing too. Yes. Sharice, let's say someone does get a hold of you. What are some techniques for getting away?
So some basic techniques, say someone grabs you, right? They grab you with one hand, right? You wanna work against the thumb. All you gotta do is just pull out the thumb, pull out.
Really? Okay,
yeah,
just pull out your thumb?
Pull your arm out, go,
pull out of the thumb.
Look at that.
So that's a weak point in your hand, the thumb.
Yeah, that's a weak point.
Got it, okay.
Right? Or if someone, say they grab you two hands, now you're like, okay, I can't pull out with just one, grab your own fist. Grab
my own fist.
Now pull out.
Oh, okay, so use my own body weight to help.
Another thing, like someone grabs you, right? I grab you.
That's pretty easy.
And I wanna, right here, right?
Okay.
And all you do is just, you grab, you pull away, and you pull your body back. You push away.
So I push away off of you. So you grab my shirt.
So I grab, push.
And then I have to push away from you.
Right, grab me.
Gotcha, okay, yes.
Right, I'm just here, push off.
Okay, got it.
Pretty simple, right?
Yeah, I like that. The thumb is an easy one,
Yeah,
just
you
to
just
grab
work
out of
against
there
that thumb.
or use your hand. Okay, very good. So I know you have some simple moves too that we can practice aside from those getaways, but you know, you're trying to buy time so you can get away. You're not trying to get into a big fight with this assailant, right? So show me some simple things that anyone can do.
Okay.
Okay, so a couple basic striking tips. You want to stick with our super basic strikes. Our super basic striking is not punching. It's actually not punching. A lot of people, when they try to punch somebody, will break their own hand.
Because they're doing it the wrong way.
Yeah, they'll do it the wrong way. Even boxers break their own hand because they punch so hard, right? It's just the force, and maybe you're not holding your fist the right way. So we like to teach very, very basics at the start. So first would be the hammer strike. Hammer strike is very, very powerful. You're using the fat part of your hand right down by your pinky, and you just drive it like a hammer, right? She comes right down on top of the head, bang, that's where it is. Next one is your palm strike, like the palm heel. You don't want to slap high five, right? I want down here, and you throw it just like a punch. We teach the punch and the palm strike. The only difference is your hands open and closed. So she comes straight and hits the palm, and make sure we're, hitting down here right by the wrist.
Okay.
And then another one that we teach for our basic self-defense is the groin kick.
Right.
All right, we call it a point kick.
Yeah.
Just to get away from doing our traditional front kick. So when Sharice throws a point kick, there's technique behind it because you're pushing off of the foot when you kick.
Foot, yeah.
You point your foot, and you're not hitting with your foot. You want your shin.
Oh, okay.
You want the most leg possible doing the damage, right? And the shin is a hard part of the leg, so that's your best bet. Is to hit with
so not the ballerina toe. You want to get close and just use the shin.
Yes, the shin is where it's at.
So those are pretty simple things anyone can practice. You know, the heel strike. You said the hammer, right?
The hammer fist.
Hammer fist down, and then that point kick, but really going with the shin.
Yep, 3 basic ones. Nice and easy. If you're in tight quarters, the one that we didn't talk about was the elbow strike.
Oh, okay.
The elbow strike, if you're in really, really tight quarters, right, bang. This is, and you notice how she's...
Yeah, that's intense.
Yes. I try to pull me in. You just hit right sharp, and it's it's a sharp cutting.
And what are you aiming for? Should you be aiming for anything? Or
with an elbow, you can hit wherever you want on the head. It's going to hurt. Okay. It's going to stun them. I mean, it is a very, very hard part of your body to hit with. Okay. All right, but if you have the ability to aim, you want to go for the nose, right? You want to go for the temple, go for the chin. Okay. If you're good enough, you go for the throat. Right.
What if you're small? Like I'm smaller than you. What should I be doing? Because maybe I can't get up there.
Well, for smaller, it changes. It changes. You can reach up with a hammer strike if you need to, and your point of contact changes. So if Miss Sharice goes low, she gets shorter, goes shorter. Now she's striking up.
Right.
Now, and it's not necessarily the front of the face, but if she throws a palm strike right here and lifts my chin up, that's where the power is. And then more access to the throat here. Yep, and then you're even closer to the groin.
Right.
So you still have points of contact that you can make. You don't need to be face to face.
And that gives her time to get away.
Correct. This is a couple good shots and you're out of there.
Okay, I think we have a little time. Did you want to demonstrate that throw? This is for an advanced move, right?
Yeah, this is an advanced move. And Sharice just likes throwing.
You want to do the hip throw? You want to do a double leg takedown?
You do a hip toss.
Hip toss?
Hip toss, here we go.
So there's a lot of different ways to do the hip toss. All right, so what she's going to do, she grabs, she's going to gain control first. She steps in.
Okay.
When she steps in, now look, see how the hips are lined up?
Right.
She wants her hips just a little bit lower than mine, feet inside of mine, right? The feet's got to be inside. This is her base. Now all she's got to do, don't throw me yet, just lift me up. So watch how she lifts me. It's with her legs.
Right.
It's just with the legs. Nice and easy lift. Now when she wants to throw, she throws.
There you go, over, okay.
And she keeps the control of the arm.
Right. Okay, wow, okay. So that's not recommended for beginners, but that's just something cool you can do if you're two black belts.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you, Adam Ladd, Charisse King. Such a pleasure to have you. Thank you very much for all of those techniques. Thank you so much. Giving me a chance to get into a gi.
Absolutely.
That is our time for now. Thank you for hanging out with us, for all of us at NBC News. I'm Vicki Nguyen. Join us next time for another edition of Consumer Confidential. In the meantime, practice some of these techniques and stay safe out there.
It'll go out soon. Don't mind the dust. I love throwing a party, but let's face it, if the food isn't good, the party sucks. My niece Madeline is turning 2 soon, and I've created the perfect menu for feeding a big crowd with even bigger appetites. Madeline may be small, but just like the rest of us, she knows how to pack it in. First up, I'm making a version of my penne alla vodka that could be baked ahead of time. Then I'll be whipping up an Italian-American classic that really goes a long way when feeding a crowd, sausage and peppers. Finally, for dessert, chocolate cupcakes with luscious chocolate hazelnut buttercream. So let's get this party started. When it comes to my family, we love making dishes that keep on giving. You know, like being able to go for seconds, even thirds sometimes. And this dish is one of them. Growing up, my mom would always make baked ziti, and it was like a special night for us. Me and my brother absolutely loved baked ziti night. This version is very similar, but uses vodka sauce instead of just a plain old tomato sauce. The first thing I'm going to do is warm a couple of tablespoons of extra virgin olive oil into a really large high-sided skillet. I'm gonna put that over a medium-high heat. To that, I'm adding 4 ounces of diced pancetta, and we wanna cook that just until it's nice and crispy. You really want a small dice here so that when we mix this into our casserole dish later on, there's a little bit of pancetta in every bite. This is where it starts to pop like popcorn. And then to this, I'm going to just grate in 1 large clove of garlic. I don't need a ton of garlic because my tomato sauce has plenty in there. Smells so good already. Just give that a quick stir to kind of let that garlic melt right on in. Now we start having some fun. We need some vodka for vodka sauce. I'm using a 1/2 cup of a really good vodka. If you're doing this over a gas stove, be very careful. Because fire. Madeline would absolutely love this. Okay, so you just want to reduce the vodka by about half, scraping up any of the brown bits on the bottom of the pan. And to this, I'm gonna add 3/4 cup of heavy cream and 2 cups of my everyday tomato sauce, which you can learn how to make by watching the risotto episode of season 1. And just stir it to combine. It's gonna be this gorgeous, light pink color. Trying to match my shirt. Isn't that a beautiful color? And now I'm going just to reduce this slightly. In the meantime, let's throw in our pasta. So generously salt some boiling water, make sure it comes back to a boil. Then I'm gonna add a pound of penne rigate. Because this is a baked pasta, it's going to continue cooking in the oven. I'm only cooking the pasta about 3/4 of the way at this point, so like super molto al dente. Remember when we made a big fire in here? I have a 1-pound brick of whole milk mozzarella, and I'm just gonna grate that. And if some larger chunks fall in, that's totally cool. Those will just be bigger, melty chunks of cheese in your finished baked penne alla vodka. Okay. This sauce is looking really good. It smells really good too. So my pasta is about 3/4 of the way cooked, and I'm just gonna use a spider to transfer it right into my vodka sauce. And at this point, I'm also gonna add about a half cup of the cooking liquid. I'm gonna cut the heat. Now I know it looks really liquidy, don't worry about that. As the pasta cooks in the oven, it's going to continue to absorb some of it, and it'll be perfect in the end, I promise. Now we just have a few more ingredients to add. 1/4 cup of grated pecorino, a 15-ounce container of whole milk ricotta cheese. Give it a taste for seasoning. Could use a little salt, and about 1/4 teaspoon of black pepper. And then I'm going to add 2/3 of this grated mozzarella right into the pot. And just stir it as quickly as possible because it's going to start to melt. Make sure everything's really well combined. I see a big clump of mozzarella. Okay, you can see it's already getting a little stringy. Grab a 9x13 casserole dish and right on in. I want to get all of that deliciousness. I'm gonna just spread it into an even layer. Look how cheesy this already is, but I'm not done. I have that remaining mozzarella cheese that I'm just gonna sprinkle over the top. Yes, all the cheese. Grab a sheet of aluminum foil and wrap it around the top. Wrap it tightly. We want to trap in the steam, which is going to help the pasta cook and stay moist. I'm going to cook this in a 350-degree oven for 45 minutes covered. Then I'll remove the foil, give it another 15 minutes to start to crisp it, and then hit it for a minute or two under the broiler so that the cheese gets nice and golden brown and crispy. Look at this melty cheese goodness. Now, I need to make sure this is up to Madeline standards, so of course I have to taste it. This has the perfect combo of cheesiness and crispy bits. Oh my God, that is so good. It is so cheesy. The vodka sauce is just so delicious. My niece is going to absolutely love this. That's why I'm her favorite uncle.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sausage and peppers are the perfect party dish. This recipe is truly no frills, using just a few ingredients that are just flavorful and delicious. So I'm using 2 green bell peppers, 2 red bell peppers, and 1 large white onion, just because it reminds me of the Italian flag. You can use any color combination that you'd like. So just trim off the tops, and then pull out the centerpiece. And then I have them and kind of go in with my knife and just cut away the membrane. Depending on how big they are, you can quarter these onto the red. Once that's all taken care of, you want to slice these into 1/4-inch strips. Then for the onion, just remove the top. I'm gonna cut it in half and then cut it into 1/4-inch half moons. And that can go right on in the same bowl. And while I'm here, I'm just gonna prepare my garlic. I have 4 large cloves that I'm just going to thinly slice. That was a big one. Just push that to the side. And that's the bulk of the prep. Now I have a sausage ring. I love using a sausage ring. Growing up, my dad would always grill sausage ring in the summers, and I just love it, really. We're going to be searing this, so I'm just gonna pat it and make sure that there's no excess moisture, so we get a really nice sear. And then I'm just gonna take a fork and prick around to break the casing so that it doesn't explode when cooking. And I'll do that on both sides. Now that the sausage is prepared, time to start cooking. Going to add about 2 tablespoons of extra virgin olive oil to a large high-sided skillet. We're gonna get this nice and hot. Add your sausage. Press it down to make sure it's making contact with the pan. And I'm using a splatter screen. It really does help cut back on the amount of grease that comes flying off as your sausage sears. So if you have it, this is a really good time to use it. I'm gonna cook it on both sides until it's nice and seared, about 6 to 8 minutes per side. The sausage is really the star of the show for this dish, so be sure to find really premium sausage. I like to get mine at my local salumeria. It's been about 6, almost 7 minutes. So be careful. It does have a tendency to kind of splatter on you as you're trying to flip it. Just work it back down and cover it back up, and another 6 to 8 minutes. I'm not looking to fully cook this sausage at this point. It's going to go into the oven. I just really want that nice sear on it. So carefully remove it, put it back on the sheet pan. Don't worry that it was on the raw sheet pan. It's going back and we're cooking it. Now, I'm going to add about a 1/4 cup more of extra virgin olive oil and our onion and peppers. And at this point, you want to start to season your vegetables. So a couple of generous pinches of salt. As the vegetables cook, they'll release their liquid, which you can then use to deglaze the bottom of your pan and get all of these gorgeous brown bits up. That's all flavor from the sausage. Should I try to get a toss? Let's see if it works. While the vegetables continue to cook, I'm actually going to, at this point, remove the skewers that are holding the sausage ring together. There's usually at least 4. Now I'm just going to take my knife and cut these into about 3-4 inch pieces. So my vegetables are pretty tender at this point. I'm going to add this sliced garlic. And then the sausage goes right into the pan, kind of nestle it into the vegetables. Then I like to take any of the juices that may have come out of the sausage and just add that to the pan as well. It's all flavor. And at this point, all we need to do is put it in a 400-degree oven until the sausage is cooked through, the vegetables get super tender. It's gonna take about 20 minutes. Look how crispy that sausage is. The vegetables are super tender and have almost melted into this gorgeous sauce on the bottom of the pan. I think I need to give it a taste. It's so good as is, but in my family, we love to serve it on some sort of a roll. Now, I'm gonna teach you a secret. Don't tell anyone I told you this, but you wanna take your roll and kinda just gently press it in to absorb just some of that juice. It's the best part. And then just build your sandwich. Make sure you get a little bit of everything on there so that every bite has some of the vegetables and then some of that crispy sausage. It's a little bit messy, but some of the most messy food items are the best ones. Looks so good. The vegetables are super tender. The sauce is just plain old delicious and nice and crispy. This is definitely going to be a hit at the party.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What kid, or adult for that matter, doesn't absolutely love chocolate? So these cupcakes are going to be the perfect end to my niece's birthday party. The cupcakes themselves are delicious, but what really puts us over the top is my chocolate hazelnut buttercream. Let's get started on the cake. So we're gonna start with all of the dry goods right in my stand mixer. 2 2/3 cup of all-purpose flour. We wanna make sure we have the right amount of flour. Baking is not the time to start eyeballing things. Then, to start the show, some cocoa powder. This is a really high quality cocoa powder, which is very important because it is one of the key ingredients. And I'm adding a generous amount, 3/4 of a cup worth. Now, my niece is very sweet, so we need to put a lot of sugar in this. 1.5 cups of just plain granulated sugar. And then for some additional moisture and extra sweetness, 1/2 cup of light brown sugar. Flop. Then just the last few dry ingredients. First, some leaveners, which will give the cupcakes a great crumb and some nice lift. I'm doing 1.5 teaspoons each of baking soda and baking powder. And then finally, 1.5 teaspoons of some kosher salt. And that's all of the dry ingredients. Throw your paddle attachment on and just mix this until it's well combined. That looks great. Let's get working on the wet ingredients. So I have a 4-cup liquid measuring cup here with a 1/2 cup of vegetable oil. And I'm going to add 2 large eggs that are at room temp. And just whisk to combine. Perfect. Going to add some flavoring, 1 teaspoon of vanilla, and then I'm going to add 1 cup of whole milk. Just drizzling that in, stirring to combine, make a nice emulsion. I'm going to put my stand mixer on low and just drizzle in my wet ingredients. And it's going to form a pretty thick batter, almost paste-like consistency. You want it to be well combined. Make sure there's no clumps of dry ingredients left at the bottom of your bowl or along the sides. And then just give it one more gentle mix. At this point, I have one last ingredient, and it's 1 cup of hot coffee. You can also use hot water here, but I really like how the coffee and chocolate notes play off of each other. You really won't even know it's in there. You're going to add this in 4 equal additions, about 1/4 cup at a time, really making sure that the consistency of the batter is uniform before adding the next. It's a really important step. And the last 1/4 cup. You can see it's considerably thinner. It's just this beautiful velvety batter. Now this makes 24 cupcakes. I like to use a piping bag. So I'm putting about half the batter into a piping bag. And then I have 2 12 cavity cupcake pans that are lined with cupcake liners. So carefully fold up your piping bag. Twist it to lock. And then you want to fill each of these up about 2/3 of the way full. This batter is also enough if you wanted to make an actual cake to make 2 8 or 9 inch cake rounds. Cupcake liners are all filled with this gorgeous, luscious batter, and all we need to do is bake it at 350 degrees for about 18 minutes until a toothpick comes out cleanly when inserted into the center.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
My cupcakes are out of the oven. They're completely cooled. You want to give it at least 45 minutes, depending on how cool your kitchen is. Now I'm going to make one of my favorite frostings, a Swiss meringue buttercream. It's super velvety. It's not overly sweet. It's not overly buttery. It's just the perfect combination in my opinion, and it's pretty simple to make if you can master just a few relatively simple techniques. The first thing we need to do is crack 4 egg whites into a stand mixer bowl, and it's really important that it's just the egg whites and no yolks, otherwise they won't whip up. I'm going to add just a couple more ingredients. 3/4 cup of granulated sugar and a 1/2 teaspoon of kosher salt. And then with a whisk, mix just to combine. Now I have a small saucepan with just about 1 inch of simmering water, and this is going to create a double boiler. I'm gonna place this right on top and begin whisking. What this does is allow this mixture to start gently heating up, and the sugar will melt into it, and it's gonna get really light and fluffy. And this is the beginnings of our Swiss meringue. You can see it's already starting to lighten in color. Just keep whisking the mixture constantly so that it heats evenly. You'll see it's already beginning to lighten in color slightly. It'll keep lightening as you incorporate more air. And you wanna cook this until when you grab some and rub it, you don't feel granules of sugar. Okay, at this point, remove it from the heat and put it right onto your stand mixer. It's fitted with the whisk attachment, and just let it go until it's cool to the touch. It's gonna take a couple of minutes. It's gonna get nice and thick. It's almost gonna look like marshmallow cream. Okay, so you can see how thick this Swiss meringue is. It is pretty much room temperature at this point. You don't want it to be warm to the touch because we're going to start adding butter and we don't want it to melt into the meringue. So with the machine on low, medium low, I have a 1/2 pound of unsalted butter, and I'm just gonna start grabbing little pieces. And at this point, you may notice that the meringue starts to deflate. That's because we're adding fat, at most a tablespoon at a time. As we add the butter and it emulsifies, the texture is gonna change right before your eyes. And there it goes, you hear it, the sound just changed as the butter is really starting to emulsify. And at this point, I actually wanna switch to the paddle attachment, which will smooth this out and remove any excess air. At this point, it's pretty much a blank canvas. It's nice and sweet and buttery, but this is where we need to add some flavor. And I'm using some Nutella. You can use any chocolate hazelnut spread here as long as it's creamy. You don't want any of the oily stuff or it'll break your buttercream. So I'm going to add a 1/2 cup and then just mix it to combine. That's it. We now have chocolate hazelnut buttercream. I like to come in and give it just one more quick stir to make sure everything's fully incorporated. It's super smooth, super creamy, and I promise you it is super delicious. So I have a piping bag that's fitted with a medium-sized star tip, and I'm just going to transfer my buttercream so that I can decorate my cupcakes. These are so pretty that I feel like they deserve a special display. There you have it. Chocolate cupcakes with chocolate hazelnut spread buttercream. And I love how there just happens to be a couple left over for me. How do you eat a cupcake? I'm one of these people. You know when something's so good you just have nothing to say? I have nothing to say. Chocolatey goodness all day long. My niece will be good for about 2 or 3 of these. I cannot wait to share these cupcakes with my niece and my family.
I'm Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post, and each week I'm here with the must-have fashion and beauty products at a price you'll like in Style Finder.
I'm Shop All Day contributor Makon Dovu, and I'm bringing you industry insiders and those in the know to share all the buzzworthy products sweeping social media and influencer trends.
And I'm Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock, and I know shopping trends. I seek out new and notable products so you don't have to in editors' picks. This is Shop All Day Today Bestsellers.
Hi, I'm Chassie Post, and we're back today with a new episode of Shop All Day. And today we are all about bestsellers. We did our homework and found best-selling and cult favorite products in fashion, hair, beauty, even a must-have for your furry friend. Yeah, we can't forget about them. So get ready to take notes, or we've actually made it easy for you. See that QR code at the bottom of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to the products on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. So let's get to it. Get ready, everyone. This is the Amazon coat, the cult favorite, the #1 bestseller, the viral sensation that shoppers cannot get enough of. So it's from Orly, and I have to tell you that this coat is as warm and cozy as it looks. But what I think shoppers love so much about it is its fashion and function. Yes, it's 100% down, and the brand says it is water resistant, it is even wind resistant, but it is also really, really stylish. To me, it looks like a designer jacket for a fraction of the price. And I think shoppers really respond to its really modern style. So it's got 6 big functional pockets, but it kind of gives it that cargo look. Plus, it's got that very on-trend oversized silhouette. It's boxy, it's modern looking, and it hits at a really, really flattering part on the leg. So it gives you a little bit more coverage so you can run around town in your leggings. And check out the interior. I just love this orange contrast. And the hood, it's this plush Sherpa fabric. And it comes in lots of different styles, lots of different colors. And I have to tell you, every time I walk down the street, I see these. It is just that popular. Next up, how about a best-selling jogger with over 82,000 ratings? These are the Track Cuff joggers by Leggings Depot, and shoppers say they can't get enough of these must-haves. First of all, they're a really flattering silhouette. They're sort of a hybrid between a legging and a slim cut jogger, and they're made out of this buttery soft material that the brand says actually happens to be moisture wicking, so it gives them lots of versatility. You can wear them while you're lounging around at home, or you can wear them in the gym. Also, they've got pockets. Who doesn't love pockets? You've got 2 on the sides, and then there's a little hidden pocket in the back. Great to put in a credit card or your key. And they come in so many different colors and patterns. So it is no wonder that these are such a mega bestseller. Moving on to the #1 best-selling flat on Amazon. These are the Amazon Essentials Women's Belize Ballet Flats. And these flats have over 37,000 ratings. That's a lot of passion for a ballet flat. But I totally get it. I'm passionate about my ballet flats. Why? Because whenever I wear them, I feel so pulled together. They are a classic. They have been a huge trend since 1940, and they're not going anywhere. And there are lots of iconic ballet flats out there that are a really high price point. So when I find a great looking ballet flat for an incredible price, I'm sorry, I get really excited. And these are a great price and a great style. They have a wonderful, flexible rubber sole, and that's one thing that you don't always see on a ballet flat. Sometimes the soles are really thin and made out of leather. So I love that with these you get a little shock absorption, and the footbed is really soft and plush. And these come in so many different styles and colors. Here we've got the black patent leather, which is a never go wrong. It's gonna go with everything in your closet. And I love the metallic gold. They've also got leopard print. They've also got suede-like finishes. They have such a great selection. Next, this item is not only one of the best-selling bags on Amazon, it's also a personal fave. So this is the green-walled crossbody bag by Aldo. And I have to tell you, I love anything crossbody. I wear my crossbody bag every single day. Why? Because I love being hands-free, and also it actually adds a little jazz. It acts as an accessory when I wear it. So I can be running around town in leggings, I'm wearing my crossbody, and I look pretty stylish. But let me tell you what I like so much about this bag. First of all, it's got two of the biggest accessory trends we're seeing out there this season, and that is the quilting detail and the chains. And with quilting, I love that this has this modern quilting, this sort of angular geometric style, which I think is really chic. Also, the chains. I love a chain. I mean, look how stylish that is. And in my opinion, the size is really perfect. It's about 12 by 7 inches. So it fits your essentials without being bulky. And it comes in some really great colors and even patterns on these classics, the bright red, the patent leather again, and this wonderful neutral. They even have some great faux snake patterns. Now onto some mega best-selling beauty. This shampoo brush and scalp massager from Hita has over 105,000 ratings and is a top seller on Amazon. So what I think is so exciting about this massage brush is that you can use it in 3 different ways. You can use it in the shower to help give your hair a great shampoo, and you can also use it as a scalp massager. You don't even have to be in the shower. And I also think that this is a great brush to use as a detangler once you get out of the shower. Next, we have a rinse out hair product called the 8-Second Wonder Water from L'Oreal that Shop Today editors are loving, and they're not alone. This is a really popular product, and what it does is you put it in your hair after the shampoo, you rinse it out, and the brand says it helps to give your hair shine, and helps to smooth your hair, and helps to give it a little bit more body. And last but not least, let's talk mascaras. This is the Maybelline Sky High Waterproof Mascara, and it is a beauty fan fave. The brand says that it's infused with bamboo extract and fibers, so it helps to give you, more voluminous lashes, and the brand says that it doesn't get flaky or smudge. Also, here's something I really like about it. Check out the mascara wand. It's called the Flex Tower Wand, and that really helps you get in there with those tiny little lashes that can sometimes be hard to reach. And lastly, waterproof, right? Sometimes waterproof mascaras can feel hard and heavy. This mascara is also infused with rosehip oil, according to the brand. And what's so great about that is it helps make your lashes feel a little bit lighter, which I think shoppers really appreciate in a waterproof mascara. And the price is right. Let's run through our products one more time. We've got the Amazon Orlay thickened down jacket, the cuff joggers, the ballet flats, the Aldo green-walled crossbody bag, the shampoo brush and scalp massager, 8-Second Wonder Water, and the Maybelline Sky High Waterproof Mascara. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. Plus, this episode solely features products available on Amazon, which has an affiliate relationship with Today. That's it for Style Finder. You won't want to go away. We have Grammy award-winning artist and entrepreneur and Real Housewife of Atlanta, Kandi Burruss, with more of her favorite bestsellers. I wonder what made her list. Stay tuned.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hi there, welcome back. I'm Makon Jovu, and this is Influencer Trends, where I'll be talking to industry insiders and they'll share their favorite products and must-have items to shop for right now. And don't forget the QR code at the bottom of your screen. Use the camera on your smartphone and scan it to shop these products. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. Today's show is all about our favorite best-selling products, and we turn to Grammy Award-winning artist, entrepreneur, and Real Housewife of Atlanta, Kandi Burruss, to ask her what made her list. Oh, Kandi Burruss, I am so excited to chat with you. How are you today?
I am great. How are you?
I am doing great. Are you coming to us from Atlanta right now?
Yes, I am in Atlanta at my office, and then I'm just happy to be talking to you.
Oh, listen, I'm super excited that you're here. Kandi, we followed your journey over the years as a singer, an entrepreneur, a reality star. I mean, there's so many different hats that you wear. I'm curious to know, what does success mean to you right now? What does it look like to you?
That's kind of crazy that you asked that question, because I don't really think there's like one thing that I would say, but I think success is when you can also build up everyone around you, build up your community, build up your friends. When you can look back and say, not only did I get myself to a certain level of accomplishing my dreams and stuff, but it's when you help other people, to be able to accomplish their dreams as well. That's when you know you really made an impact.
Absolutely. Okay, so let's talk about some of your iconic songs, right? I mean, there's so many hits. It would take me the whole hour to just name them. But if we were to put a song title over the course of your life right now, or the phase of life that you're in right now, what would it be?
Oh, okay. If I have to go by one of the songs that I've written for someone else, I would say So Good. And I feel like that song, it makes me feel good. But the whole point of it is saying, you know, I'm doing so good. You know, it's like for anybody who doubted you, anybody who hated on you or whatever, it's like, it's good because I'm doing so good. So hate all you want. Look at me now.
I love that. And that song is such a classic. That's my workout song. It gets me super excited. It just gets me in the right zone. So you brought some items here, some bestsellers, some top sellers. Let's start with the first one. Are you actually wearing the two-piece?
Yes.
I love it.
So the reason why, I know this isn't what I would normally wear on the Today Show, but I just wanted to show you something that was just very comfortable, cool. Sometimes what I find is because I'm always doing like interviews or this or that, like normally I have a lot of dressy clothes, but I don't have a lot of lounge wear. I don't have a lot of chill outfits. So I just found a couple of, you know, cool chill outfits that I could just leave the house, have a good day in. And yeah, I wanted to share this one with you because, you know, tie-dye is in, everybody loves tie-dye or whatever. And this one is comfortable, so yeah.
I love that. First of all, the color looks great on you. And I'm curious to know, you love casual outfits. What does Todd, your husband, like on you? Does he like the more glam kind of Kandi? Or does he likes the casual, I'm wearing my drop outfit?
Yes, it's funny you asked that because a friend of mine just, you know, asked that question to him the other day. It was like, you know, what is it that you like to see Kandi in? And he was like, honestly, I like when she wears sneakers and jeans. And he's like, I just like when she's chill, you know. Because, you know, I guess because we do over the top a lot, you know, taping most of the year. You know, it's always, you know, how housewives, we got to be done up, girl, done up all the time. So I think he appreciates it more when it's just chill and relaxed.
And you do it so well. Okay, let's move on to the next item that you have. These crayons are so cool. They're made of beeswax?
Yes. So it's called All of Us Skin Tone Beeswax Crayons, okay? But the thing that I find so cool is like any skin tone you can find. I don't know if you realize it, but a lot of times when you get your crayon box as a kid, I don't know about everybody, a lot of us, we can't find that perfect color that represents our skin tone. And so the woman who created this, she found for her child, it inspired her to make crayons that represented every skin tone. So all of us, that's what it's all about.
That's so beautiful. Listen, representation matters, and it's fun where you can make it educational and entertainment at the same time. Speaking of that, this book, Hair Love, I'm obsessed with, right? I know, it's so good.
Yes, my son is Ace and my daughter's Blaze. So we definitely read together. This one right here is a good one. They won an award for this, okay? So it's not just us that's recognizing it, the world is recognizing how great this book really is. I think it's amazing. The illustration is amazing. The story is amazing. It talks about hair. So many people, once again, you know, when it comes to people of color, you know, and our hair types, honey, some people are just, you know, interested in what is our hair doing? And so it was cool for this book to be able to explain that, telling the story of a father and his daughter. So I love this book.
And by the way, it's narrated by Blue Ivy as well. So whether you get the audio or you get the physical book, this is absolutely great. Speaking of narration, let's talk about sound. These Bose speakers are fantastic. Tell me about them.
Okay. Now, you know, I'm into music, so I'm a music girl, and I travel a lot. You can use this at home or you can travel with it. But the cool thing about it, you can, you know, be out at the beach. We love taking this with us, me and Todd, when we go travel. I actually bought this in multiple colors. I know it sounds crazy, but something like this, for some reason, I end up like my kids take them from me and whatever. So it's like, I had a blue one, I had an orange one. Ask me where any of them are. The only one I have left is this black one, okay?
Oh.
I love it. I think more so because the sound quality is amazing.
Which is so great. Listen, they're small, but they're mighty. Like, they pack a lot of sound, and that's what we love about Bose. Last but not least, let's talk about this water pick. A lot of people weren't able to get to the dentist this past year, obviously, so this is a great pick. Tell me about it.
So I got put on to the water pick. It kind of pressure washes your teeth. That's kind of like a simple way to try to put it, but it gets all into the crevices and the creases and the cracks and make sure that it gets out all of the stuff that you may not be able to reach. It's electric. I love electric toothbrushes, the water pick. I love all of that. So it is amazing. You would be amazed at what it will get out of your gums if you try it. Like, hands down, I promise you, it is bomb. I mean, I guess it kind of feels like if you went to the dentist and let them, do the deep cleaning on your teeth, it kind of feels like that, but you get to do it at home.
You get to do it every day, and it's like flossing. I mean, but it really just cleans out your teeth. My sister has one, and she has been telling me about it, so I'm so excited that you included it here. Okay, Kandi, we're gonna wrap here. Thank you for sharing your picks. This was so great chatting with you, and we'll see you really soon.
Thank you. It's great to talk to you, and hopefully I will see you very soon.
Absolutely. Now, let's run through all the products one more time. The Drop Women's Fleece Sweatpant and Sweatshirt, the Natural Beeswax Skin Tone Crayons for Coloring, the Hair Love Book, the Bose SoundLink Color 2 Portable Bluetooth Wireless Speaker, and the Waterpik Sonic Infusions 2.0. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. Up next, Adriana Brock continues with more top sellers, including a launch from the brand behind one of the most popular facial razors. Do you use one? You don't know what it is? Stay tuned.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Adriana Brock, and we've been having so much fun showing you products today that all of our viewers can't get enough of. And we're not done yet. I have more must-have items that happen to be bestsellers. And if you have a furry friend like I do, well, I have a popular product for them too. And remember, see that QR code at the bottom of your screen? You could scan the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to all the products on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all of the products we're sharing with you today. All right, so let's get started. This first one is a long sleeve turtleneck top that makes a great wardrobe staple. And it's also loved by so many editors on the Shop Today team. It combines the classic look of a turtleneck with the comfort of an oversized silhouette, which makes it a winter must-have. We really love this sweater because it comes in a wide range of sizes and colors, and you can easily style it with anything in your closet, from your favorite pair of leggings for a casual look or a pair of jeans and boots for something a little bit more elevated. Today.com readers really love this style, but they're not alone. It actually has over 22,000 reviews on Amazon. And this next product is also a winter essential because you're gonna need this in your beauty routine. It is a brand new launch from the brand behind one of the most popular facial razors that our editors love. And it is so cool because Schick Hydro is a dermaplaning tool, and it's a wand that helps improve the look and feel of your skin by gently sweeping away dull skin and peach fuzz. This tool also has a really cool ergonomic design, so when you're using it, it's really easy and it has a smooth edge, so it's gonna glide through skin. And one of the bonus parts about this is it comes with a few refills. So it's definitely one of those beauty products you didn't know you needed. This product is really great. And another beauty basic everyone should be using this winter is a hydrating serum from CeraVe. This is a tried and true brand that the Shop Today team and Today.com readers really love. It's super affordable, and it's packed with hyaluronic acid, which is an ingredient a lot of dermatologists recommend to replenish skin's hydration. So think of a serum as a concentrated version of a face cream, and you put the two together, you're gonna get this incredible hydrating serum that's perfect for dried out winter skin. The Shop Today editors really love this little bottle and say it packs a punch. One of our editors on the team actually joked that it's kind of like a drink of water for your skin, and I say, what more could you ask for? Okay, and moving on to home, we have these really cool pantry organizers. So I love a product that does more than one thing, and this is it. So this is a great product to organize everything from a jam-packed refrigerator to all the kids' snacks. You keep the produce in one place, and even your beauty products. So really versatile. What I love about them too is that you could stack them together in a nested style, so when you're not using them, they don't take a bunch of space up, but you can also stack them on top of each other when they are in use. You can also use these to organize the pantry, under the sink in the kitchen, or the bathroom. Either way, it's a really versatile piece that you're gonna use all over the house. And because they're clear, you're gonna see everything. You don't have to go digging around looking for stuff. Super easy. Plus, you can't beat the value. These also come in a pack of 8, 2 different sizes. This product is really great. And this next product is a Shop Today editor favorite that makes meal prepping so easy. It has 2 compartments. The first one up top stores about 1.5 cups of food in it, and then the one below stores 2 cups. And it also comes with cutlery, which is really great. And they're stackable, so they're not gonna take up a bunch of space. So you can still pack your full lunch in here. Another hack that I really like with this is you can get one different color for everybody in the family and assign everyone a different color so that they know that their lunch is ready to go. And if you love enjoying a glass of white wine or rosé, this cool tool is for you. The Wine Chiller Stick is a really quick and easy way to chill your favorite bottle when it's at room temperature. All you have to do is pour out 1 glass, and then you stick the tube in, and it's super easy to use. So all you have to do is stick it in the freezer like you're making a tray of ice, and then you get out your favorite bottle of wine, you pour out a glass, and then you put it in this chiller. It's super easy to use, and in just a few minutes, it's gonna cool your bottle and keep it that way. The design also has a rubber stopper, so you don't have to worry about drips or spills when you're done. All you have to do is wash it, put it in the freezer to store it until next time. And we can't forget about our furry friends. This cozy bed will keep them nice and comfortable. My dog Rocco really loves this bed, and so does my producer's dog Rosie. And we are not alone. This donut dog bed has over 53,000 human reviews. It's super popular on Instagram. It has a round, really cool design, and it's super fuzzy and shaggy to really keep them cozy and warm. And it also has a raised rim, so that's gonna give them the neck support that they need for their little heads. It also comes in a bunch of different sizes, so cats and dogs of all sizes can really enjoy this cozy bed. So let's run through the products one more time. We have the long sleeve turtleneck, the Schick Hydro Silk Dermaplaning Wand, the CeraVe Hydrating Face Serum, the Pantry Organizers, the Bent Go Stackable Bento Lunchbox, the Wine Chiller Cooling Stick, and the Calming Donut Dog Bed. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. And that's a wrap on Editor's Picks and our show today. This episode solely features products available on Amazon, which has an affiliate relationship with Today. It's been fun showing all of our favorite top sellers. Tune in next week for another episode of Shop All Day.
Thanks for doing this, man.
I'm thrilled to do it. Welcome to Nashville.
Thank you. It's good to be back. Let's talk some music. We have to start with where we're sitting right now. I mean, it is the Mother Church. You can see it as you look out there. For people who haven't been, people who may not appreciate fully what this means to music, why is it so special?
Well, it goes all the way back to sort of the birth of what country music is. I mean, very few places have that sort of central location where you can kind of say, this was the cauldron. The Opry started really just as a radio show, and then they needed a venue, and it went to War Memorial, and it went to, I mean, they started lining up outside the radio station. They were like, well, if we're gonna play this for people, we should figure out a spot. This became the first sort of real home. And people that made their debut on this stage, from Hank Williams on, it really did set the tone for what would be this music. I mean, they were trying to figure it out. Like, what are we? Do we have drums? Do we not? They weren't real happy about drums in the beginning in this format. They were real mad when Boots Randolph tried to play the saxophone. I mean, it was really, it was like, what are we? And we discovered that in this building. And the building also goes all the way back to the 1800s. And this was a church. And there's something really, there's just something incredibly sacred about it.
I was sitting upstairs in a dressing room, and there's a picture of Johnny Cash and Elvis.
Yeah.
Standing in the wings right over there.
Oh, and they kicked Elvis out of here. He came and played the Opry, and they weren't happy. They didn't like what he did, which is too bad. But you know, those are amazing stories now. You know?
Not his crowd.
Yeah. Shortly after Johnny Cash did a few things, we made him mad too. And you know, we have a history of that.
Well, I was just thinking though. I mean, it must, as an artist, not weigh on you, but you must feel the history when you walk on and stand on this stage. Do you remember the first time you did it, and what was that like?
Yeah. So I played the Opry when I was a new artist, first at the new Opry House, which is also magical. That's been there since the year I was born. So we're talking about something that is it's more state of the art. It's a little less sort of, it has less of the ghosts of this place, but it's since then become its own place. But when I finally played here, somewhere in the season of Opry shows, they moved here and I came and played. And yeah, you get a feeling that you are carrying a lot on your shoulders being on this stage. You want to make sure that what you do, like if you're going to mess up, don't mess up here. Because you're going to mess, I mean, musicians mess up. So this is like, you don't make a clam on this stage.
Does that feel like pressure when you step out here?
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is singing at a wedding. This is one of those, you know, it's like, but the other thing that's really fun is the way it feels the audience. It sounds great in here.
Yeah.
So much alchemy goes into making some place magical, making music be something different. Venues matter. I mean, these were taken away for a year and a half from all of us. Venues, you know.
Yeah.
We could only listen to recorded music and watch stuff on YouTube and Zoom and whatever. And you forget something about being in the air of a place that was missing.
What was it like for that year and a half for a guy who's spent the last 20 years or so on the road, make an album, you go out and tour behind it, and you get that feeling of being on stage. What did it do to you, not just professionally, but being home all that time and not being able to do what you do?
It did a lot. I mean, it wasn't all bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never spent a summer largely home with my kids, and what a great time in their lives to do that when, you know, at like 11 and 13 to be able to go and spend that time, you know. So that part was great, but there was a lot of fear. None of us knew what we were dealing with in the beginning, really.
Yeah.
And I remember when the schedule went from all these things on my iCalendar to boom, nothing. Every now and then a birthday.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Like
right.
so-and-so's birthday.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. It made you really count your blessings, I think, and for me. And we found creative ways to stay together as a band and stay together as a married couple, my wife and I. You know, you had to like, it's like, okay, well, I guess now we're going to be together all the time, so let's figure this out. How do you do it?
Well, I mean, you joke about it, but there is some truth to that. You and Kimberly found new ways to enjoy each other's company?
Yeah, I actually like her. That was something I wasn't, you know, I was forced to confront. So
I like
was
to
she.
think you knew that a long time ago.
I knew that.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's still sure yet, but it doesn't matter. No, it's great. We had a pretty good time. I mean, we got creative. We would have, you know, we sort of did a bubble with my mom and dad. So we would have dinner over at their house one day, and they'd come over to our house another day, and then we'd, you know, go outside and eat in the field and set up a picnic with the family and do that. And I don't know. It was a lot of what it must have been like to be a settler a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, it's like I don't know. It's finding creative ways to entertain yourselves.
Yeah.
And the other aspect of it for me was just I think I got to know fans better because of Zoom. I mean, Zoom and the technology that we all use throughout, where you would get together I say face to face, but you know, face to face on a screen with someone. I started to answer Zoom requests when I was bored, which was a lot. And next thing you know, there's a woman who's just had her last cancer treatment who's a big fan, and she's like, will you be on this while I ring the bell on the cancer floor?
Oh, wow.
But getting to know these folks, you know, I know what pajamas my fans wear. I know, you know what I mean? I know what artwork they prefer in their homes.
Right.
And what kind of mounted animals they have on the wall, and it's awesome. I mean, we got to know them better than I think I ever did in a meet and greet.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
One of the other things you did, which was extraordinary, was the store, which you and Kim put together. If my numbers are right, it was something like 1.5 million meals. And it goes back to the tornado, I know. It predated COVID a little bit. But you kept...
By a week.
Was it only a week?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's right.
It was crazy. So a long time ago, Kim and I took our kids to volunteer at a charity in Santa Barbara called Unity Shop, which was similar to what we saw. And I said, this needs to be in Nashville. So we got a group of really smart people together and formed a board of directors and said, this is our objective. And a lot of them came and visited and were like, that's a great idea. So we got everything in place. I went to Belmont, my old alma mater, and said, what do you think? We could have kids work in this place. They'll see hunger firsthand. They'll learn something in college that's way beyond academics. And Dr. Fisher at the time loved it and said, let's do this. And we built that from the ground up in its spot over there on 12th, and we got it all going. And we got our permits like the last week of February, first week of March to open.
Wow.
And we were going to do a soft rollout, and instead, tornadoes hit downtown, and we just did an announcement and said, you know, if you need food, we're open. So people showed up for that. And then a week later, the NBA walked off the court, and baseball spring training was canceled, and I was in Canada doing a show. But I got to play one more show before I came back here, knowing that's probably it. And then we had to pivot and figure out, how do you do this? How do you feed people in a pandemic? How do you, who's that? Who needs it? And somehow made it work. And I told our director when it happened, I said, if we get this right during this time period, we'll be here forever. And we knew there was some fate involved in it. That, you know, what are the chances you open your food charity and then this?
It's got to be gratifying for all the things you get to do and the position you put yourself into to be able to do something like that. All the other stuff is fun and you have fun with it, but to be able to say, hey, I want this to happen, and to have it happen and to be as successful as it's been, that's got to be among the best parts of the job, I guess.
It's really been the thing that I think mentally got us through this pandemic a little bit. When you're talking about being able to, you know, actually not feel so helpless, it's really, you know, anytime something would feel a little too heavy, I could call Courtney, our director, or Kim could say, hey, check this out, what they're doing. We would get a letter from the elderly that we were delivering to that would be this amazing thing about how it had kept them safe and how they didn't starve in this. And the first time we ever did deliveries, my producer, a guy named Luke Wooten, came up with the idea to deliver to the elderly nearby. Instead of just, our model was just, you know, lower income and food, you know, food insecurity. And it's like, hey, if they're 85, they shouldn't be out, you know, going to grocery stores, so we'll send them food. So he said the first time they went, people were like, you're giving us food? The next week, they all got in their Sunday best in the hallway. And they delivered all the bags to their rooms at the towers there. And they came out and gave them a standing ovation in their like suits and ties and stuff.
Awesome.
Best dresses. Yeah, and those things, they keep you sane.
Yeah, well, good on you for that. It's been an amazing thing
We're
that you
lucky
and
that
Kim
it
have done
worked.
together. You're also making new music, City of Music, new single about this town, telling the story of this town and rolling in here with the guitar and the dream like you did when you came into Belmont.
Without a doubt.
Why was this the right time for that song? What story did you want to tell?
Well, I wrote that with Lee Miller and Ross Copperman on Zoom during the pandemic. We were never in the same room during the writing.
Really?
Of it. And you know, it was informed by this, I think. You know, again, you take this away for a year and a half, sort of the nightlife that's happening right through that wall, and the crazy sort of amazing mecca that this is, this destination for pilgrims, you know. And it's like, I really wanted to celebrate it, and I wanted it to musically feel the way that feels, you know. I've thought for a long time about this room. That's the first time I've been in this room since we wrote the words, which are, you know, sing it for the ghosts that came before you, play till your fingers hurt, play something that'll ring out after in the rafters of the Mother Church. Here we are. So it's fun to release it now with the vantage point of, let's not take this for granted anymore.
Everybody's got their guitar and a dream story, right? When they came to Nashville.
Yeah.
So yours was to come to Belmont.
Yes.
What were some of the joints you played? Did you play a bunch down here at Tootsie's and the Orchid Lounge and all those?
A little bit. I mean, it's interesting. At the time, this street became so much better for live music recently.
Yeah.
I mean, back then, there were, I played a lot of venues. I always wanted to be here. I mean, I'll never forget the first night once I drove to town. My dad met me out in the garage as I drove away from Nashville in my car. I'd packed everything up for school, and I was going, and he came home from work. He had his aviator sunglasses on, his mustache was much thinner. He meets me there, and he says, he'd shake my hand as I'm going to drive here. And he goes to say, "Make me proud," and he couldn't make a noise.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll never forget it. And I cried all the way to Columbus, Ohio, all the way here. And then I was good after that. And once I got here, there's never been one night in this town where it didn't feel like home for me. I love it here.
I mean, it feels like it was always moving in this direction. If you get your first guitar when you're 7 and write your first song when you're 13,
yeah.
Was this always where it was going to end up? Didn't mean you were going to become this country superstar, but were you always going to end up in Nashville?
I think so, because I knew going to Belmont is such a great place to be to learn about this business. And I knew that worst case scenario, I could probably play guitar for somebody. Second best would be like guitar, write songs, maybe do some session work, maybe sing on the side. Third would be like, I don't know, maybe get a record deal and have just enough success to, I'm so far beyond what I would have settled for, but don't tell anybody.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
But it happened, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, relatively quickly for you. You started writing some hit songs when you were pretty young. Got your record deal, I think 1999. You were relatively young at that point, right? Did it feel, okay, this is moving, or did it feel like this is a grind?
It felt like it was moving, but I also was really informed about how tough it is because of going to school there. You learn so much about the business. So, my eyes were wide open, but it's like with anything, you just, the next thing you know, time has flown by and you've accomplished something, and I felt like also just going to Belmont like I did and seeing these other kids, I knew the struggle. I knew what happens when it doesn't work out. And so I don't know. I was just trying to do everything I could that was the right thing to do, but I learned something early on that I think is true still and key, and that's that it starts with the song. And, you know, and I've said this many times, I'm successful because of the songs I sang, you know. If I'd given all these songs to someone else, I think they'd be successful. It's not about me. It's about the song you do, you know. My charisma is limited.
See, you're just being humble now.
I don't know about that.
There's a reason they ask you to host the CMAs every year and
No,
the
I don't know.
commercials at Peyton. Come on now.
I'm telling you, I'm putting on an act, and I have pulled the wool over everybody's eyes long enough.
I was going to say, you're doing a pretty good job of it. You sold it well. But I mean, your first album goes platinum. You sell 1 million copies of the first thing you ever put out. Was that shocking to you in some way? You don't know how it's going to go. You might think it's good, but you don't know how it'll be received.
I don't know about shocking, because anybody, I've said this before, anyone who's ever walked across a stage, whether that's the local talent contest or this, the pinnacle, thinks they got what it takes at that moment. You're up there, you know, and so shocked about platinum? No. Thrilled. I knew it didn't matter. There's incredible people right through that wall playing Tootsies and all these other clubs, and you may never hear of them. And they're better than some people on the radio, you know? And so it's like, there's no fair. It's, you know, fair's got nothing to do with it. It's sort of like you get lucky and you also have to work really hard. And so I was thrilled though, because I know it can not happen, and the odds are against you.
So what do you think the difference is between this side of the wall and that side of the wall?
Wow, that's a great, I've never heard it put that way.
Because you're right, we hear it right now.
I hear
it's right there.
I hear the bass. Yeah.
I mean, because yes, there's talent, but then there's managing the journey, right? Figuring out when to make the right moves.
It's songs.
Yeah.
I think it's, if you sing a song people relate to, they want to say, they believe in, or have a message and carry it well, then you got a chance of coming through the back door here and singing it on here, you know. And that's where it begins. And we're still that. Country music still should be that, a format where the songs are about things and they are reflective of life.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Another new one, Off-Road, people are loving.
Thank you.
What was the inspiration for that song?
Watching my wife and other just females that venture. Look, I married a New Yorker who now lives on a 100-acre farm. And she's learned to drive the off-road vehicles.
Does she drive them?
Oh, yeah.
She gets out in four wheels and everything?
A little bit. Not like I do for fun. She's more like, but she's very, very capable. And I just started to use that as the metaphor for women. They put up roadblocks throughout history for women. And, Dolly Parton, Reba McEntire, Carrie Underwood, you name it, drive right through them. It's like, try and stop them, good luck. They'll just lock in the hubs and head off through the woods. So that was fun to kind of make that metaphor.
So I was going to ask you, Kim is part of the inspiration for that?
Without a doubt, absolutely. I mean, it's an amazing thing to watch. You and I both know. We don't have to deal with half the things they do.
Yep.
You know, and so yeah, it felt good to celebrate that.
Is the story really true, Brad, that you saw her in Father of the Bride, and then you said, I like her, I'm going to put her in my video? And it's nice to have that platform to say, I like someone, I'm going to put them in my music video.
It's a lot more, it's a lot more complicated.
I suspected.
It's like, basically, yeah, I wrote a song about those movies because of a college relationship that ended badly, that ended up being the best thing that ever happened to me. You want a songwriter to be, that, you know the difference between that wall and this one? Maybe when they moved to town, their girlfriend didn't leave them. You know, when I moved here, I got like my heart just trampled. And it led to, I think, my first hit as a songwriter, which was a song called Another You for a guy named David Kirsch. And, you know, it's like, with the situation with Kim, I wrote a song or two about that experience, about that first movie, going to see Father of the Bride on a date. And then I realized, oh, this would be, it's absolute fate to have her in the music video, which is funny because that video never happened. The video she ended up being in was I'm Gonna Miss Her, the fishing song,
right?
where she plays a disgruntled, you know, spouse throwing all my stuff on the lawn saying, get out, if you go fishing again, it's over.
But a way to start the relationship.
Yeah, it was a precursor in many ways.
She reenacts that video?
At times, for sure.
So you're getting ready to go back out on tour.
Yeah.
Done a show or two, I think, already. What has it felt like to be back out and be back in your groove a little bit?
It just feels like everybody's grateful. I did a couple of nights in Las Vegas last weekend by myself with an acoustic guitar and was able to play, I did like 100 minutes by myself, just me and a guitar, telling stories. And the stories I noticed, first of all, the audience, I joked with them, I said, they just look different. They're 15 pounds heavier, but other than that, they're wearing pants. But I was kidding. What I told them was, they looked like hungry, and it hadn't felt that way in concert. They looked like they were like, we need music, and we are gonna like whatever you do today. I really felt that, you know, and all of my stories like that had to do with songs changed last weekend. Telling the story of, you know, Last Time for Everything, which is a song that I remember singing in Canada on that last gig, thinking, is this maybe the last time I sing this for a large audience for a long time? But then recounting that story to them, that song will always feel like something that has to do with the pandemic to me now. It had nothing to do with that. It was way older than this.
Right.
But all of the stories changed. And the humor changed. I mean, there's so much humor to be found in just talking about, you know, who we are now. And it was a lot of fun. And I really think that going out on the road this year, none of us are taking it for granted, performers included. I used to always say, no matter what streaming does and record sales and the way that monetary model's kind of out the window, you know, in some ways, like it used to be. No matter what, they can never take away live performing. You know, that'll always be the, like, well, we learned that they can actually do that for a little while.
They found a way.
Yeah. But again, it just means we're gonna really, really enjoy it now.
There's so much in the wind between COVID and the politics in our country right now. Do you feel like music in general, your music in particular, is as important as it's ever been, maybe?
I think so. I think people are hungry to leave all of that at the door when they walk in a venue, you know, and they want to heal together and they want to party together at the same time, and that's what's happening through that wall. I mean, they're over there healing and partying. I'm happy to see it. I mean, we needed this, and you know, and these people, they just, I think people need the collective experience of sharing music in the same room. It's not the same to watch a live performance on video. It's not. And it's not the same to like even go with strangers to something to some degree. It is there's people you love and you want them there, and there's kindred spirits that that sit here knowing that these are all people that love the same kind of music, and you feed off it as a performer, they feed off it, as an audience. And I think psychologically we're all going to go a little crazy without that.
Yeah. But at a concert, we all agree on one thing. We like that guy up on the stage, and we'll take that.
Well,
for
except for
hours.
maybe a couple of people that came begrudgingly with someone else. I can always spot them. There's the guy that's sitting there that's just like, and the girlfriend's clapping, and he's just like, I'd much rather be at something else.
Taking one for the team.
I'm always trying to win him by the end of it,
Can you see him turn if you
No.
flip him? No.
Usually not.
Still on his phone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's great to talk to you, Brad. Thanks for doing this.
Thanks.
Well, hello there, everybody, and thanks for tuning in to a Tuesday at Pop Star Plus. Today on the show, one of the stars of a miniseries that has a lot of people talking, Inventing Anna's Anna Clumsky's here to tell us why she thinks the story about a real-life con woman is so captivating to viewers. Plus, Bob Odenkirk on the ups and downs of his career in an exclusive conversation on his brand new memoir. And a clip from The Vault featuring Oscar winner Javier Bardem. But first, here's today's Pop Star. Lots to get to in Pop Star today. Savannah, is it Rami and Michelle's wedding? Or Romy. Well, I might butcher this one too. First up, Fantastic Beasts: The Secrets of Dumbledore. Break out your wands, everybody. On Monday, Warner Brothers dropped a new trailer for the third chapter in the Harry Potter prequel series. The new preview teasing fans with a big return to Hogwarts as Jude Law steps back into the role of young Dumbledore and prepares to face off with one of the Wizarding world's most infamous villains.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Albus, but I've just received troubling news.
Tell me, what is it?
It's Grindelwald.
Our time is closed, my brothers and sisters. Our war with the Muggles begins today!
The world as we know it is coming undone. If we're to defeat him, you'll have to trust me.
All right, Fantastic Beasts: The Secrets of Dumbledore hits theaters April 15th. Oh, thank God that's done. Next up, Dwayne Johnson. The Rock never fails to tug at our heartstrings with this thoughtful post on social media and a new video. He's sharing a special moment from a visit to his grandparents' gravesite with his mom in Hawaii.
Mommy and Daddy, this is for you. And for all of you out there who's lost someone, this is for you.
Oh, that's nice of you, Mom.
Means go for a walk. Tell means too much talk. I love Fayette means I love you. Take it easy means file and move.
Johnson adding in the caption, life moves so fast, how important it is to just slow down, sit here, reminisce, and listen to her sing, play her ukulele, and tell all her stories. Some wise words from The Rock there.
Sweet.
Next up, Michael Douglas, the Oscar winner, is aiming to catch lightning in a bottle with his next big role. Douglas set to star as Benjamin Franklin in a new show that's headed to Apple TV+. The limited series is going to be set in the later years of Franklin's career, around the time he engineered America's alliance with France and peace with England. That'd be between 1778 and 1783, if my memory recalls. Is it Romy or Rami? It's weird the things you remember. Douglas will also produce the project based on Stacy Schiff's book, a great improvisation, Franklin, France, and the Birth of America. No word yet on when that show's scheduled to premiere, but it does look good already. All right, finally, the first day of the month can only mean one thing. Jenna Bush Hager is here with a new book.
Yes, I am. I'm so happy to be a correspondent on Pop Star.
Let's do it.
Are y'all ready?
Yes.
You have a countdown, I think. Are we counting down on the plaza? I hope so. 3, if not, 3,
3, 2, 1.
It is Groundskeeping by Lee
Oh, thank God it's that one.
It is a beautiful novel about an inspiring writer who takes classes at a local college and becomes the groundskeeper. He falls madly in love with a girl named Alma, who is very different. It takes place in 2016, but it's about family, unconditional love, and what binds us. Y'all, in a time where everybody's so divided, we need this book. We need it.
You can head to today.com/readwithjenna or use that QR code for more information. Join the book club. There's not only a book club, it's a whole conversation. Then you can buy the book or be like me and wait till the movie comes out.
Okay, you can do that. But you know what else you can do? You can join us tomorrow live on our plaza. We're going to celebrate the 3rd anniversary.
3 years.
I've turned 3 of Read with Jenna.
I
but
know,
also,
because there's 35 books I still got to read from the past 3 years of Read with Jenna.
we have a lot.
I don't know. Yeah, she
Yes,
does.
and also it may be Nancy's favorite day. It's Read Across America Day. So
Yay.
we're going to have a really cool story.
Way to go, Jenna. Way to go.
And now the reason we call the show Pop Star Plus, a few more headlines for you. And we'll start with Euphoria. The Zendaya-led series is making its way into HBO history. Sunday's season 2 finale was the network's second most watched show since 2004. The grungy high school mega hit coming in second only to, that's right, the mega hit Game of Thrones. Of course, you can believe it. It's already been 3 years since Game of Thrones wrapped up that show's finale, and it scored a whopping 19.3 million viewers. A good sign for the upcoming spin-off, House of the Dragon, which is scheduled to premiere later this year. Finally, America's Got Talent Extreme. In last night's episode of the AGT spinoff, a 90-year-old grandmother stunned judges when she came out to perform a fiery stunt with her 24-year-old grandson. Lillian held on tight to Hunter as the pair rode through, count 'em, 5 walls of fire. Well, there's the extreme part of AGT Extreme. No surprise, all 3 judges gave Lillian and Hunter a big yes. And that's going to do it for your Pop Star Plus headlines, but we got a lot more coming up. Anna Clumsky is going to give us a glimpse into her new miniseries that a lot of people are talking about.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back to Pop Star Plus. You might know Anna Clumsky from her Emmy-nominated role on Veep or the beloved 90s movie My Girl. Well, lately she's starring in Inventing Anna, a new miniseries about Anna Delvey, a real-life heiress who stole money from New York elites. Clumsky plays a journalist investigating Delvey's story, and she told us what she hopes viewers take away from the show.
I think Anna Delvey, I didn't know anything, and it was really fun when I told younger people, like my brother or something, that I'm going to do this show about this young woman who conned a lot of people, and then my brother's like, Anna Delvey, he was so excited, and yeah, so I got to come to it this way.
I might have a story. Her name is Anna Delvey. Or Anna Sorokin, no one's sure. She's either a rich German heiress or she's flat broke. The charges are insane.
Shonda was interested in a lot more than just adapting a salacious, kind of rich people story, right? She was interested in so much more about how people treat each other, how people deal with each other, who's privy to whose information. Why? What are the sanctions for? Are the sanctions correct? Do they need to be adjusted? You know, how far can you get into somebody's life without harm being done? You know, all of these things.
She is everything that is wrong with America right now.
I am famous.
I mean, I know why our telling of it captivates me, but it's honestly still a question I have of what about her actual story has lasted this, you know, already. Like it's got legs and people still care about it. And I think that's wonderful. Obviously, selfishly, I think it's wonderful. But it is sort of surprising. But yeah, like we're living the actual phenomenon of her gripping personality. You know, she definitely does remind you of the types of people that do kind of just grip on the people that they meet, and they just make them want to please them. And so I think that society is doing that in a weird way, and I'm part of it.
Millions of dollars.
Hi, Anna. I just had some questions.
I have a question. What are you wearing? You look poor.
Something I really connected to with playing Vivian was that she just really, really loves her craft. She loves the craft of journalism the way that I love the craft of acting. I mean, I think on the very surface, she and I both are really, really fast mental processing. You know, like we've just got a ton of information, and it's all game. So Jessica is one of our co-producers. So she's given our blessing all the way from the get-go. And we didn't have like lunches, you know, we didn't do that sort of thing because I actually was tasked with not matching. I'm not matching her. Some of our cast members had that assignment to be playing a real person that is known and to match them. And mine, we were fictionalizing. So we're very, very inspired, obviously. The article's the article. But because the article is the thing that we were keeping most closely matched, that is sort of what I went with. I went with all of the written word that I could. I read all of Jessica's articles. I read all of her notes. She's a copious note taker, and thank you. You know, especially as we were discussing for such a cerebral character, it almost feels like the written word you're gonna unlock a lot more through their voice on the page, and I just felt like it was that was my way in. It was like it was like a decoding the written word, and I loved that. It helped me with all my choices. I think Anna Delvey, you know, is up to her, and yeah, I think she's impossible to know. I've never met her personally, so I'm not going to really get into who she is, but you know, again, another question: how much can you ever know a person, right? Is the way you see green the way I see green? None of us are gonna know, like, ever. So yeah, and you know, it's for her to know, and it's for other people to determine how much it matters to them. I hope that it's like the slow burn that I always hope for after a show. You know, I really hope that, you know, as they walk around in their own lives, making their own choices, they have another platform upon which to decide, you know, what they think is good and bad, what they think is right and wrong, what is okay with them about the way people treat other people. You know, I feel like we present so many great and important and relevant questions about today's, we use the word society so much, but it's true, you know, about today's society, that I think that, you know, an audience member would be remiss to not adopt some of those questions themselves, you know. So that's I just hope that they come, you know, come out of it with some personal debate. It's good. It's good.
We should mention you can catch Inventing Anna right now streaming on Netflix. Next up, a visit with the great Bob Odenkirk.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
And we're back on Popstar Plus. Bob Odenkirk is unmistakable for his roles, of course, in Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Now in the new memoir, comedy, drama, he put pen to paper about his own career in showbiz. And he told us all about it today in Studio 1A.
Actor and comedian Bob Odenkirk is one of Hollywood's most beloved stars. He's a 4-time Emmy nominee for his starring role in Better Call Saul and shined on the beloved Breaking Bad, and now he's sharing his story. It's a new memoir. Comedy, drama. Bob, good morning. How are you?
Hey, I'm good.
I'm just happy you're here in this chair.
That's so nice of you to say.
We were talking about how you call it a heart incident.
Well, I want to just speak about it properly.
Yeah.
Heart doctors tell me that what I had was a heart incident, not technically a heart attack, but I don't know what the difference is. I was turning blue and not breathing, and my heart was arrhythmic. And it needed to get back to a rhythm. I don't really understand how it works, but I just know that I wouldn't have survived if.
Where did it happen, and how?
I was in the studio shooting Better Call Saul, our final season.
Yeah.
Which is going to premiere on April 18th, and it's going to be great if you're a Better Call Saul fan.
Yeah.
I can't wait for you to see this. But we were shooting a great scene, me and Ray Seahorn and Patrick Fabian and some other people.
Yeah.
And we had gone off to our waiting area, and luckily I stayed in the area with the other actors, because if I'd gone to my trailer, I wouldn't be here right now.
Oh, my God.
So I went down, and they set up the alarm, and people came out, and Rosa Estrada, our health officer, was a medic who served in the armed forces for a tour, and she came out and started CPR on me and saved my life.
Did some people have epiphanies after something like that?
I'm having a very slow epiphany.
Yeah.
Even right now. Yeah. And the epiphany was simply that my life is pretty damn great.
Oh, great.
And I should appreciate it and the people around me. Honestly, that's, I think people do have epiphanies when they have a near-death experience. And oftentimes it's, I have to change something, And I think my epiphany is I have to appreciate what I have, because it's really great, and I've got great people around me, and for some reason, people are very nice to me, and were so nice on social media when I had this heart attack.
Bob, this book is filled with all of that appreciation, but what you found I love is a lot of what you appreciate your life, or maybe the things that didn't happen the way you wanted to.
Yeah.
You were talking about once where you were trying for that Steve Carell job at the office, and you wrote, one trick to surviving Hollywood's beatdown is to keep making new things in spite of every no.
Yeah.
To somehow stay in touch with the joy that brought you to the game.
It can be hard to do when there's me and Chris Farley backstage in Second City. That's me and Robert Smigel, a great writer of sketches. and my agent, Ari Emanuel, now a world beater, amazing guy.
So how did you pick yourself up when there was a swing and a miss like that?
You know, I always had a weird faith in this business that if you came to it with a fresh idea, that you'd get a hearing, a chance. And it's really true. I mean, showbiz loves new faces and reinvented, characters and faces. So I think it's just been a great business, and I just believed even in the hardest moments, the sense that I had something to offer if I just was patient and set to writing, which is how I started as a writer.
Well, as a writer on SNL, you wrote one of the most famous sketches, Living in a Van Down by the River, the Chris Farley sketch.
Motivational speaker, yeah.
That was to die for. It's one of those that lives on and on and on. Just real quick.
It's one of my favorite things I ever did in showbiz.
Really?
My daughter asked me once, what's your favorite thing you've done? And I said it was doing this sketch at Second City every night for the summer that I was there. And I wrote it for Chris, and he wouldn't quit until he made every performer laugh. You could see him making.
I can see one by one they're
Christine
dropping.
Applegate and David Spade laugh. He wouldn't quit. He would just keep doing the character right in your face until you broke up.
Are you happy you made the turn to drama?
I didn't even realize it was happening, man. All of a sudden, I'm in this drama stuff, and people are liking it. Yeah, it's great. You dig deeper into a character, and I've had such wonderful writing with the writers of Breaking Bad and now Better Call Saul. I've been very blessed.
You are such a nice guy, Bob.
Oh,
I'm so
nice
happy. I hope people read this book. It's called Comedy, Drama. It's full of not just stories about the business, but also stories about your life. And I think a lot of people are going to enjoy them. And also, if you're starting out in the business and you're wondering, can I take a crack at this?
Yeah.
This book is definitely for you. You can find more of it at today.com.
Love Bob Odenkirk. Mr. Show, one of my favorite shows to this day. Bob Odenkirk's new memoir is available now. And coming up, we're dedicating our From the Vault segment to Oscar winner Javier Bardem.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Prince.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Prince.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Pop Star Plus. Javier Bardem earned another Oscar nomination this year, his fourth, if you're keeping track at home, this time for his portrayal of Ricky Ricardo in Being the Ricardos. Of course, he won the Academy Award for his performance as a psychopath assassin in No Country for Old Men. What a movie that was, back in 2008. Well, he spoke to Today about that part. Here is today's From the Vault.
The Coen brothers have a new thriller out. It is called No Country for Old Men, and it has taken home 2 Golden Globes. The movie is set in 1980s West Texas. It's the chilling tale of 3 lives that intersect. When one makes a life-changing discovery worth millions, another hunts him down to get it back, and the third tries to set it all right. Academy Award-nominated actor Javier Bardem stars in No Country for Old Men. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
You know, like a lot of the characters you run into in this movie, your character runs into, I was blown away. by, literally by the movie, by the acting, by everything about it. By the way, congratulations on the Golden Globe,
Thank
Best
you very
Supporting
much.
Actor. I was sorry you didn't get to walk down the red carpet. Was that sort of a bummer?
Honestly,
Yeah,
no,
honestly.
no, because
Really?
you don't have to get dressed and do the carpet. You guys are in the sofa on the couch and having a drink and
So you're
relax.
sitting in your underwear watching it, essentially?
Well, I don't know if I will be on my underwear, but I definitely was watching it on TV.
Yeah, well, so many people thought you would get that nod. So were you surprised or just...
I'm quite surprised about everything, I have to say. Since the very first moment I did the movie, having in mind that I'm a Spanish actor doing a movie with the Coen brothers, that's quite a surprise. So everything beyond that is kind of a gift for me. I think it's extraordinary the impact that the movie, No Country for Old Men, has in people,
Why
and
do
will
you
have in
think
people.
why do you think it's had that impact?
I don't know, I think it's about the Coens, about their work, about their talent, about how they are able to put together such a big masterpiece of a book by Cormac McCarthy and put it out there in a very beautifully constructed way, but also easy for everybody, but at the same time profound in the way that there's a big statement behind the movie that makes the movie more powerful. It's beyond entertainment. It's something that it has its own weight.
You know, you talk about the effort of the Coen brothers, but you yourself, you had to create this character, Chigurh, and you had little to go on. In the book, about all you know is that the guy has blue eyes, which you don't have, and yet you create this very menacing presence with the gait and the toin tossing and obviously the killing. How do you even go about creating Chigurh? What was the process like for you?
I guess it's about really trying to bring what he represents, which is kind of the symbolic idea of violence, into a human behavior, which unfortunately we are aware of that in a lot of behaviors out there. We are part of the violence, and we have violence inside. Whether we like it or not, we have to face it, and we have to really control it. He can't, and that's the way you have to more or less understand where he's coming from, what he wants, and try to put it out there and create this character that is just that, a violent machine.
But was it hard to inhabit that character? Because just to watch you is difficult.
I don't think it was especially hard. It was very hard to wear that haircut, but it's not really hard to be him just because it's just fiction. It's not something that you take with you when you get back to the hotel.
Yeah, tell me about the haircut, because a lot of thought went into that.
Well, that's a very good idea of the Coens. They did it. It came from them, and I think it's very helpful because it make the whole character totally insane, because it goes so against what he represents, this beautiful Prince Valiant kind of haircut, that it's totally, opposite of what it should be.
Now, after you play a role like this, do you want to just do something lighthearted, silly?
Well, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't think in that terms. I just think about what the quality of the role is, and I mean, I don't want to kill anybody else in the next
I'm glad
couple
to hear
of
that.
years in movies. I mean, so,
No, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Good luck with the Oscar nomination. Something tells me we'll be hearing your name a lot more in the weeks and months ahead.
Thank you.
And guess what? It just so happens to be Javier Bardem's birthday today. So Javier, happy birthday to you out there. Another Pop Star Plus in the books. Tomorrow we've got one of the stars of the Gilded Age. Until then, bye-bye.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking
yeah,
who's your favorite character you've ever played.
The
unicorn.
The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold Cut. Cold Cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
Hello, everyone, and Today All Day Land. We are so happy you're here with us, tuning into our digital show, Today in 30.
Here's what is coming your way on today's episode. Of course, we're going to get the very latest from the war in Ukraine, as well as an inside look at the mounting humanitarian crisis, all triggered by Russia's invasion. Richard Engel, Tom Yamas, right there on the front lines. They'll bring us back-to-back reports.
And then the third hour crew welcomed a rather interesting guest, a man who set out to break 52 Guinness World Records in 52
Wow.
weeks. And wait till you hear the great reason why.
And we are so happy because Bobby Thomas is back to Studio 1A. We caught up with her. We talked about how she's doing. She's got a new project. She actually needs your help, and I think will ultimately help you. But we're going to hear all about it.
Can't wait to see Bobby. Looking forward to it. Let's go get him, shall we?
Yeah, it's time for...
I didn't mean to say that, but it sounded good.
Today
Go get him.
30.
Today in 30.
We've got it all covered across the region, beginning in Kyiv with NBC's chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel. Hey, Richard.
Good morning, Hoda. Russia is continuing its offensive against this country's cities, and the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations is warning of potentially a much worse phase to come, saying that Russia has mobilized uniquely dangerous weapons, including cluster munitions and so-called vacuum bombs, both prohibited for use against civilians.
Russia is taking Kharkiv apart, surrounding Ukraine's second largest city and bombing it, killing dozens. A Ukrainian activist was broadcasting to supporters how their donations are helping to keep the city going when but somehow, despite a relentless campaign, the Ukrainian government is still hanging on. Further south, Russian troops claim to have captured their first Ukrainian city, a small one, Kherson. Ukrainian officials say the battles continue there and claim Russian forces are looting the city. Russian troops were told they'd be greeted as liberators. But nationwide, Ukrainians are resisting them with drones, U.S.-supplied anti-tank weapons, and people power. In town after town, Ukrainians are standing up to convoys, unarmed, blocking the roads, daring the Russians to fire on them. Ukrainians blocked the road outside of Zaporizhia and pleaded with Russians not to fight near the biggest nuclear power plant in Europe and risk an atomic catastrophe. Others appeared to be having more fun. These Ukrainians joyriding an apparently abandoned Russian tank. Glory to Ukraine, they say. Russian vehicles are getting stuck on the roads or running out of gas. Ukraine's President Zelensky expressed sympathy for the Russian soldiers. They are not warriors, he said. They are confused children and are being used. Zelensky's chief advisor in the New York Times wrote Vladimir Putin will not stop with Ukraine. The Kremlin wants to create a new Russian empire, he wrote. Ukraine is calling for a no-fly zone to stop Russia's air campaign. It would be a major escalation since it could see the U.S. or NATO shooting down Russian planes. The Biden administration has ruled it out, while that massive Russian convoy heading toward Kiev for now remains stalled outside the city, plagued by fuel shortages.
And Hoda, yesterday we brought you some images of children who had been moved down to a bomb shelter beneath a hospital here. We were back at that hospital this morning. The children we were filming with are all doing fine. But the hospital is now taking measures to evacuate some of the most vulnerable people, particularly cancer patients that have begun trying to get them out of this country.
Oh, such heartbreaking images. Richard Engel for us. Richard, thank you.
And we have more on the worsening toll of the invasion on the people of Ukraine, fleeing the country by the hundreds of thousands every single day. A rush to safety that's becoming more difficult and more dangerous as Russian forces advance. NBC's Tom Yamas again for us in western Ukraine. Tom, good morning to you.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. We are at one of the many checkpoints spread out across western Ukraine this morning. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can see there's guards here that have weapons. They're checking cars over there. They're looking for any type of Russian spies, saboteurs, anything that looks suspicious. And they're not only protecting the people of this town, they're also protecting the hundreds of thousands of refugees who are stopping here before heading towards the border. For many families, it's the last stop before getting out. Lviv in western Ukraine. It's here they can find one last hot meal, a place to sleep, and exchange stories of what they witnessed.
Today, they have bombed my city, destroyed many houses. They didn't launch rockets. They dropped bombs, destroyed many houses.
Like many mothers at this shelter, Tanya Totska is from the east, where Russian airstrikes have destroyed school buildings in downtown Kharkiv. Neighborhoods reduced to rubble, and in the capital, Kyiv, the bombing has driven some 15,000 to shelter in metro stations, including children and the elderly.
I'm on the subway now, and it's terrible. How many kids are there? We won't live as independent, normal country.
Every day, more people arrive in Lviv. This Baptist seminary is now housing dozens of families.
I don't understand anything in politics. I just want to stop this war, and that's it.
The kindness of strangers is keeping these families fed and clothed. At this shelter, most of the donations have poured in from the U.S.
You don't know anybody here?
No. We don't know no one here.
These are strangers to you? Yeah. And they took you in? Yeah.
Yes.
That's pretty amazing.
This family of four is heading for Poland, but they can't stop thinking about the relatives they left behind in the rush to get out.
There is no transportation to go, and a lot of heatings. It's dangerous so much. They heat everything.
Before leaving this shelter, we met Tanya Lushakova and her 5-month-old son, Alisi, the youngest refugee we've encountered so far. When she looks down at her child, she says she's reminded of how far they've come, but also how much further they need to go.
And you think about this war, what goes on in your head?
She says she worries about the psychological effects this war will have on Ukraine's little ones. But she also told me this war has revealed who the strongest creatures are in this battle. It's the mothers fighting to save their children.
We have met so many brave mothers out here. We do have an update on the refugee crisis this morning. The UN now saying 1 million Ukrainians have fled from this country, and they continue to believe that number is just going to go higher and higher. And a bit of good news now, the Ukrainian rail company says they are allowing passengers on. They are no longer doing any type of commercial business. It's only refugees headed towards the west. We also can tell you several European companies are now letting Ukrainian refugees board their trains as long as they have a Ukrainian passport. So all of this very good developments, but the rail company says there is still a major problem. They can't get trains into the east where they are needed the most, but also where that fighting is most intense. Savannah?
Tom Yamas, keep telling these stories. Thank you so much for being there. We appreciate it.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, we turn now to potential trouble for TikTok.
Yeah, a group of state attorneys general announcing a new investigation into the popular social media site. So the goal here, to determine if it is harming the mental health of children. NBC senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson joins us now with more on this story. Hey, Hallie, good morning.
Hey, Hoda, good morning. You know, we're talking about an app that has exploded in popularity in the last year, with what TikTok says are about 1 billion people around the world using it every month. But now, at least 8 states' attorneys general want to know if TikTok is doing enough to protect younger users, all part of this bigger push we've been talking about to keep kids safe online.
TikTok under investigation this morning. At least 8 state attorneys general now launching an inquiry into the social media app to look at whether the popular platform is harming its young users.
This investigation of TikTok will focus on what TikTok knows about its platform, its algorithm, and its impact on young people, whether it knows that it causes harm to young people.
The coalition of AGs wants to know if TikTok, which is owned by the Chinese company ByteDance, violated state consumer protection laws, and wants to know more about the potential mental and physical risks to children using the platform.
Whether there is a harm to children with respect to anxiety or depression or suicidal ideation or body image, and what TikTok did to engage young people.
In response to the investigation, TikTok overnight telling NBC News, "We care deeply about building an experience that helps to protect and support the well-being of our community and appreciate that the state attorneys general are focusing on the safety of younger users." This announcement, the latest, focused on protecting children online. In November, a bipartisan group of state AGs investigated Instagram, digging into what they called the resulting harms of extended engagement on the photo-sharing app, and whether its parent company Meta, formerly Facebook, also violated consumer protection laws. At the time, a Meta spokesperson telling NBC News the investigation was based on a deep misunderstanding of the facts, adding the company leads the industry in supporting young users. The Meta investigation coming just weeks after a Facebook whistleblower told Congress the social media giant knew Instagram was toxic, especially for the mental health of teen girls. That whistleblower, Frances Haugen, a guest at Tuesday's State of the Union speech, where President Biden demanded more safety protection for kids.
We must hold social media platforms accountable for the national experiment they're conducting on our children for profit.
That, of course, is the backdrop to what we're talking about now, this TikTok investigation, which specifically focuses on the things the company does to try to boost the engagement of younger people on the app, like increasing the amount of time that they actually spend on TikTok. Hoda.
All right, Hallie Jackson for us. Hallie, thank you.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Well, buddy Al Roker here, he holds a handful of Guinness World Records, of course. He's not even close to our next guest, though.
David Rush started setting records in 2015 to raise awareness for STEM education. And he never stopped with 200 records so far.
So last year, he set a goal to break 52 records in 52 weeks. If you're counting, that's one new record every week.
Well, Guinness has already recognized 47 of them. David's joining us now to talk about the experience. David, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, thanks for having me on. It's so great to be back.
Well, thanks for being here. Hopefully we can help you break a record here for whatever reason. But so how did this get started? How did this idea come about?
Yeah, so I've been promoting STEM education for about a dozen years and telling students, hey, I wasn't smart enough to get a gifted program in the public education in Idaho when I tried out in second grade, but I did in fifth grade for math only. Does that mean I couldn't be good at science or history or language or literature? Well, by the time I graduated from high school, I got into MIT and I got my electrical engineering degree. And I wanted to give students this tangible example that if you set your mind to a goal, believe in yourself and pursue it with a passion, you can accomplish virtually anything. And that's when I started breaking records as that tangible example.
Well, David, what was the hardest record to break? Which one was the hardest and which one was the easiest?
So I think I rank the records as impossible to easy. And a couple of the impossible ones are like the fastest 100-meter dash run while juggling blindfolded.
Wow.
And you have to stay in the lane.
Wow.
Oh, you have to stay in the lane.
Wait, we're watching this now. I don't even know how that's possible.
So that's the hardest. What was the easiest? That looks like...
I literally had to run 3,000 miles while juggling, and a significant portion of that with my eyes closed and tons of attempts. The easiest are like the fastest time to pop 10 balloons between two people, and one that it wasn't particularly competitive at the time, but it's getting more competitive now.
You know, it's fun and it's fun to watch you, but I know that this is something you're passionate about, you know, promoting STEM education. Why is that so important to you? And do you feel like that message has been received?
Yeah, so I work at a Boise-based startup company called Cradlepoint, and the hardest positions to fill are those that require STEM degrees. Glassdoor published a couple of weeks ago the #1 job in America, and 24 out of the top 50 require these STEM degrees. They're the best paying, they're the ones that are the most in demand, they offer the most work-life flexibility, but a student will struggle with math or fail a science test and say, I can never become an engineer, it's too hard. And they have this fixed mindset. But Stanford psychologist Carol Dweck talks about having a growth mindset, this idea that skills, talents, and abilities are not innate to yourself, and you have to discover how good you are at them. You can develop any skill, talent, or ability. Wow. You can become better at math. You can become better at science. You become a better friend, a better conversationalist, or better at breaking Guinness World Records, which is just the example I'm using to make it real for students.
Which, David, it takes a lot of practice. I mean, you can't just pick up, you know, a ball and start juggling and run blindfolded. I mean, you have a full-time job, you have a wife, you have 2 kids. How do you find time to practice these records?
You know, it's all about what you prioritize. And I practice with the kids. Like, they love keepy uppy, taking a balloon and keeping it in the air. And so I'll play keepy uppy with them, or I'll do the juggling and I'll involve them. Or, you know, when I was doing a lot of the running records, I'd put the kids in a stroller and I'd go out running with them to spend time with my kids and my family. I tried not to tell them about that while I was doing it in the stroller. And
That's
so
awesome.
it's just a matter of finding the time. So, you know, in the mornings, lunch hours and weekends, spending time with the family while practicing for these records.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, we know Guinness has recognized 47 of your 52 records. We actually have official Guinness World Record adjudicator Michael Imprint here with a little surprise for you this morning. Michael, what you got?
Oh, you're
David,
kidding me.
I'm so excited to be here, and it's great to see you, and I have some very good news. We have been busy reviewing your evidence, and I can now verify 2 more Guinness World Records titles. Congratulations. So David, you are now the Guinness World Records title holder for most poi twirls in 1 minute with 83, and the longest time to balance a lawnmower on your chin at 30 minutes, 33 seconds.
Wait, what?
Wait, look at this, guys. Look at this.
Wow.
I hope that doesn't.
How does it feel, David, knowing that it's now official?
I'm super excited. Those were 2 of the hardest ones. I set this last year as well. The pain in the neck was absolutely huge. And then spinning those poi, they're moving around at over 60 miles an hour. And so I learned to keep my wallet in my pockets in case I hit myself.
What's a
There it is. That's what it is.
Oh, wow.
That's crazy. That is wild.
Michael, thank you so much.
Michael, thank you.
Congratulations, David.
There you go.
Have you seen Michael since your last?
I have not. So this is the
Nope.
first time we're seeing
First
Michael.
time.
Because the last time we did it, we were virtual.
Virtual.
That's right.
David, congratulations, and thank you so much for all you do, raising awareness for STEM. It's really so important. Good luck with your goal.
Hey, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Michael, thanks again to
Thank
you.
you, Michael.
It's always something to celebrate when you're here.
I know.
So that's a good
I told him he brings joy. When he's here, that means, you know, something good happens.
And maybe next time you could bring a Guinness.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We want to catch up with our dear, dear, precious Bobby Thomas.
And we are so thrilled to have you back in the studio for the first time and can't believe it in 2 years.
My gosh, that hug, I can't even begin to tell you how long. I mean, so many people have been missing hugs. We've been socially distant, but that was really hard. You know, someone that you know, so many wonderful people have reached out. Kimberly from Little Big Town. Never in a million years did I think a country star would reach out to offer comfort, but she had lost her husband in 2005. And one day I was driving in the car and she called me on the phone and she said, "Do you miss being touched?" And I thought, yeah. And she said, "You need to book a massage." And that was such a good tip for me that I want anybody listening who misses that touch, because Miles is like 6.5, 7, and he's at that age where he's like, "Mom, you're hugging me so much right now." I'm like, "I am gonna squeeze you, just stay still."
Bobby, for people who have been missing you, which is everybody, we just want to show a little bit of a piece of just kind of a look back at what your time has been. Take a look at Bobby's journey. the most gorgeous woman in the world.
Bobby Thomas.
Bobby Thomas. Our girl Bobby Thomas.
Yeah.
For more than 15 years, today's style editor Bobby Thomas has made it her mission to help us look and feel our best.
Everyone can feel beautiful and glamorous with a few of these insider tips and tricks. I have the best job. I just love sharing with you all at home and the ladies.
She's brought us and all of you along for life's most important moments, like her wedding to Michael Marion at Kathy Lee's home in 2013. She shared her very personal journey to parenthood in hopes that it might help someone else.
It takes a village to raise children, but to make them too. This is my 3rd round of IVF.
Can we say that again? Bobby is pregnant.
Yes. It's a boy! Together, we've celebrated life's sweetest moments, like the birth of Bobby and Michael's son Miles in July of 2015. And have felt her pain during the challenging ones. We watched as she bravely cared for Michael after a stroke in 2019 that left him hospitalized.
We have a really long road ahead, but he is so strong.
That's it. That's better.
With Bobby by his side, Michael defied the odds, learning to walk, run, and even lift Miles. 2 years later, Michael was hospitalized due to medical complications unrelated to the stroke he worked so hard to recover from. And together, we mourned his passing.
Our friend Bobby Thomas is grappling with the untimely loss of her husband, Michael Marion, who was just 42 years old.
After suffering an immeasurable loss, Bobby thought not of herself, but of others.
You have to give yourself the grace to not try and fix it. The pain. If I can do anything to tell other people who are going through this, because I know how alone I feel and I have so much support, it's to not feel like the problem.
It's been a little while since I've been social.
As she navigates moving forward and building her new normal, she stayed connected via social media, sharing challenges and small victories. But today, she's ready to bring her signature style and beauty, both inside and out, back here with us.
Bobby, rewatching your journey, wow. You know who's popping out to me and all of that is little Miles, who's now, how old is he?
6.5 going on like. He is so strong. I call him my little Yoda. On my birthday, he went upstairs to my neighbors to ask to bring him across the street to Milk Bar to get me a piece of birthday cake because he wanted me to have one. Wow. I mean, this kid is so incredible. He's probably the only thing. You know, you're in such a fog when everything happens, and that was it. There was like a saving grace standing in front of me because you didn't have time to be sad. You just saw this like kid. He wakes up, he's always smiling, he's bouncing, he's goofing around, and he's so thoughtful.
You've been an incredible mom since the moment you had him. It's just so fun to watch your strength and your grace and everything you do. But you wrote something that touched both Hoda and I. It was so beautiful, and we're going to just read a little bit from this essay about the support you've received. You said it's hard to explain, but knowing that you aren't alone, even when you feel like you are, can be the difference between a good day and an awful one. Now my wish is to boomerang all that support back with my whole heart.
My whole heart.
Tell us about that piece.
All I thought, first of all, I wrote it because I wasn't sure I could say what I could say today. Because I'm looking at these ladies and I wish I could drag you all in here to be, I am so lucky to call this home. And off camera, they have texted me and been so kind. But there are so many people out there that I am so aware that I haven't felt alone. And Hoda, you've texted me, I see you. If there is anything I dreamt of doing was to look straight, I don't even know which camera.
That one.
But to tell you, you aren't alone, and it can be so embarrassing and shameful to feel sad about not wanting to get up and to just, you don't want to be Debbie Downer with your group of friends. And all I can say is that I'm still me. I'm still gonna love lipstick and talk about fashion, but I also feel like life is so much bigger. I talk about big feelings, and
I loved that.
It's so
it's the best for anybody,
kids and grown-ups.
Look, I feel like it's so important to give yourself the grace to have those feelings and not have words for them, but more importantly, know that other people have those big feelings too. And kindness is allowing the grace for other people to have that. We all just want to feel like we're wanted.
Yes.
That's how amazing I
Wanted
feel.
and we're seen.
Wanted with our big feelings.
With our big feelings. Well, I love this new project that you're embarking on. You said you're still going to be doing, obviously, fashion and the rest. But
Whatever
we need it.
Whatever you want.
This is important, though. This project is called Dear Bobby. So just tell us what this is going to be.
You know, I feel really fortunate. People here said, I wanted to do more. The only reason I'm here are because of how many people, even last night, sharing such personal stories with me. I just want to see you. And I want to help in any way I can. If it's just something as simple as just helping you find new girlfriends, lipstick, I don't care. We'll fly on a plane upside down. So
you're the perfect person. And the truth is that we've all been grieving collectively as a country, and people are going to feel your generosity, your grace, your compassion, which we get to feel every time you're here.
Bobby, you are unchanged from the first day we met. You just keep getting better and better and better. And thank you for doing this. I mean, I can already picture our viewers lining up saying, "Dear Bobby."
Please find me. I don't care how.
They're going to.
Don't worry.
And don't
on the street corner.
They'll find you on our website.
For you to give in your darkest hour is so you. And we love you so much.
We want you guys to read Bobby's incredibly powerful essay. Jenna and I both read it this morning, and it brought us to tears. Head to hodaandjenna.com. And while you're there, that's where you can send your letters, your questions, your stories. Dear Bobby, just click on the connect button. We have a special place for Bobby Thomas, as we always have.
I have a feeling that there's going to be letters flooding, and we love you so much.
Thank you, Bobby. Love you.
All right, hope you come back. Tomorrow and today, One Republic's Ryan Tedder joins us live in Studio 1. He's got some new music to share. And you know, remember, he always smells good.
Always,
yeah, I'm always like circling around like a creep.
I know how you do that. We'll see you then. Have a great day.
The one ingredient I don't have, patience. You know the saying, a watched pot doesn't boil, but an unwatched pot boils over. You heard it here first. Ricotta, or as a Staten Islander may say, rigot, is an essential Italian-American ingredient. In Italy, you'll find it in things like cannoli and tortellini, but here, Italian-Americans will literally use it any way we can. We'll put it in baked ziti, stuffed shells, menegotti, lasagna. First up, I'm going to show you how to make homemade ricotta. It is super simple. I promise no fancy ingredients or tools necessary. Then I'll take the ricotta and use it as a spread on one of my favorite sandwiches, Panelle. And for dinner, I'm making another Sicilian favorite, pasta alla Norma. I know, you can just very easily go to the supermarket and buy yourself a container of ricotta cheese, and it'll be just fine. But it is so easy to make, and guests are always blown away that I went out of my way to make them a fresh, delicious cheese. I'll show you how simple it truly is, and they don't need to know how easy it is to make. Now, before we get started, I should tell you one other thing. This is technically not a true ricotta, which translates to twice cooked. Typically, the cheese is made using the byproducts of cheese, the whey, and it's recooked to make ricotta. The more common version is to do what I'm doing and just start with fresh milk and cream and make the fresh curds themselves. But you can still call it ricotta. Once it's ready, it is super creamy and better than anything you're gonna get in the store, so it's definitely worth it. The first thing I need is a 1/4 cup of freshly squeezed lemon juice. It's usually one really juicy lemon, so let's see. And run it through a fine mesh strainer to get any pits and pith. So there you go, I just need a 1/4 cup. You can use a mild vinegar here. However,
I feel like it's a little bit more abrasive on the dairy and results in a tougher curd. And also the lemon juice gives us like this lovely lemony scent and aroma that just is really nice with this cheese. In this pot, I have 6 cups of whole milk. To that, I'm going to add 2 cups of heavy cream. This is what really gives it that decadent, creamy texture at the end. Last but not least, 2 teaspoons of fine sea salt. That's it. Those are all your ingredients. So I'm just gonna cook this on medium-high, stirring it occasionally to make sure the salt is dissolved. Make sure you keep an eye on it so it doesn't scorch or overflow. This is also a really great way to use up any milk and cream that's about to expire. Getting there, we're at 190 degrees. Once it starts to steam, you're getting close. Okay, as soon as it starts to simmer and the liquid begins to swell a little bit, cut the heat and add the lemon juice. Then just give it a couple of gentle stirs to combine. I have a large colander that I've lined with 90 grade cheesecloth. And the great thing with this kind is that it's actually reusable. So when you're done with your cheese, you just rinse it and then you can throw it in your wash machine. Isn't that cool? I'm gonna throw it in the sink. And then drain my ricotta. I would normally do this over the sink, but I figured you guys actually want to see what I'm going to do, so we'll do it out here. Grab yourself a healthy length of twine, a couple of feet or so, maybe even 3. And then all you need to do is bunch up the cheesecloth. And this is a little helpful if you have a second person around, but you just want to twist the twine around carefully, without burning yourself. And then tie a couple of knots to secure it. Make sure it's nice and tight. Then leaving at least 3 to 4 inches, tie another knot to create a loop. Cut off the excess, and now time will do the rest. I'm just gonna hang this right on one of the knobs of my cabinets for an hour to remove the excess whey, and then it's ready to be used. Make sure you put a bowl underneath to catch the excess liquid so you don't come back to a mess. Speaking of mess, I think I'm gonna clean up a little bit and then come back and taste some of my fresh ricotta. It's been an hour. The majority of the liquid has been removed. Some is okay. This is a fresh, moist cheese, so it's not super dry. And just carefully cut it open so that you don't damage the cheesecloth. I can't wait to see what's inside. There it is. It's delicate, it's creamy, it's still slightly warm. If you're serving it for a dinner party and you want it to be nice and spreadable, an hour is the perfect amount of time. If you're going to be baking with it, like making an Italian cheesecake, for instance, you can let this drain even more because you want a really dry cheese. But I wouldn't let it sit for more than 2-3 hours tops. At this point, it's ready to be served just like this at a party. And I really don't like to put too many toppings on it because it really is the star. So I have some toasted bread for crostini here. Super light, like a cloud. I've touched a cloud before, so I know that. This creamy ricotta speaks for itself, so you do not need a lot of toppings. Just gonna give a little drizzle of honey for some sweetness. A pinch of flaky sea salt. And then if you'd like, you can add just some red pepper flakes. You can add some lemon zest, some balsamic glaze. Just keep it simple. This is such a great snack, a great appetizer, Truly great on anything savory for lunch, dinner. Use it for everything. I know it doesn't look it necessarily, but I promise it just melts in your mouth. It is so delicious. After you've made this ricotta, you'll want to use it on everything.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Panelle, or as we say, Panelle, is a Sicilian street food sandwich made with a chickpea fritter on rustic bread. This is my Brooklynized version, and it's so hard to find anywhere, so I'm really excited to share this recipe with you. It all starts with some chickpea flour, which you can buy in most markets these days. It's not an uncommon ingredient, and I'm using 1.5 cups of that. It's a very fine flour. It's just dried garbanzo beans that are very finely ground. Right into a bowl. To that, 3 teaspoons of kosher salt, 1/2 teaspoon of freshly ground black pepper, and 1/4 teaspoon of freshly ground or grated nutmeg. Just a little goes a long way. Whisk your dry ingredients so that the seasoning's evenly combined. Okay, in this skillet, I have 3 cups of cold water that I'm just going to bring to a gentle simmer. When the water comes to a simmer, I'm going to add my dry ingredients in one steady stream as best as I can, whisking constantly to avoid clumps. We're almost there. Get your whisk and get ready. Assume the battle positions. Whisk vigorously. It's going to start to thicken, and you want to remove as many of the clumps as possible. You can see how thick it is already. You want it to still have a little bit of runniness to it, cooking it for just a minute or so. Then I'm going to transfer it to a 1/4 sheet pan that's been sprayed with nonstick cooking spray. So you can see there are still some lumps to it. Don't worry, when we cook this later on, they're all gonna melt out. Using a small offset spatula, just spread it evenly into the pan. Now you just wanna pop this in the fridge until it's completely set. Take about an hour. While that's setting, I'm gonna go get the ingredients for my ricotta cream. Now I'm gonna show you how to make a ricotta cream, which isn't necessarily traditional, but this is the way I first had the sandwich in Brooklyn. And like I said, we put ricotta on everything. I love the combination of the cold, creamy ricotta paired with the crispy chickpea fritter. It's an amazing combination. This ricotta cream just requires a few ingredients: a teaspoon of finely chopped fresh parsley, So you need about 15 ounces or scant 2 cups. You can use just a 15-ounce store-bought container as well if you don't have any homemade in your fridge. Then just a few seasonings. 3 tablespoons of grated pecorino for saltiness and flavor. And then just some salt and pepper to taste. Give it a nice mix, and then you can taste it for seasoning again. Make sure that's well combined. Going to chill this in the fridge, and then it's almost time to make my crispy chickpea fritters.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is nice and set. All we need to do is slide it onto a cutting board. Just like that. And I'm going to cut it into 12 equal pieces. You can use a knife, a pizza wheel, I have both, and the decisions are giving me anxiety. But I think I'm gonna use a knife. Cut it into 4s and then into 3rds. Then you should have 12 little squares. Meanwhile, I have about 1/4 inch of a neutral vegetable oil in a skillet. I have the oil over medium-high heat, and I'm just going to fry my fritters until lightly golden, about 2 to 3 minutes per side. My oil is nice and hot, and you want to cook these in batches. You don't want to overcrowd the pan. These are cold, so they will lower the temperature of the oil. As they cook, the fritters are going to get a light crust on the outside, but the centers are almost going to melt and be nice and creamy. These fritters are very delicate, so flip them carefully. They barely take on any color, but they form this little delicate crust. So transfer them to a paper towel-lined plate. There's no need to add additional seasoning at this point because they're seasoned from the inside. Then just add another batch. few. Our fritters are fried off. They maintain their heat for quite a while, believe it or not. So you can fry them all up and then make all your sandwiches for all your friends and family. Assembling the sandwich is pretty simple. This would normally be served on a rustic, hearty roll, but I prefer a brioche roll. I like the softer texture, and I also like the size. Sometimes it's served on such a big roll that there's no way one person could possibly eat the sandwich. So I'm gonna take 2 of my fritters, just kind of pile them on top, and then a very generous dollop of the ricotta cream. Grab your lid, just kind of press it on into place. How good does this look? It's super peasant, but it's also super delicious. This sandwich just completely melts in your mouth. That creamy ricotta and the interior of this fritter, just heavenly.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Prince.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Prince.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Prince.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Pasta alla Norma is a traditional Sicilian pasta dish, and while the origin story may be a little bit all over the place, one thing I know for sure is that my family absolutely adores it. Traditionally, it's made with ricotta salata, which is a much drier, saltier cheese, but I've Americanized it a bit, and I'm going to just use my homemade ricotta, which is great on any pasta dish. Let's prepare our mise, starting with some tomatoes. I have 2 10-ounce clamshells worth of tomatoes, and I'm just going to half them, and we'll put them in a bowl for now. I like to use a small serrated knife for this. It's going to seem like a lot of tomatoes and even eggplant, but they are going to cook down quite a bit. Oh my God, these tomatoes are so juicy. Doesn't matter how you have the tomatoes. That takes care of the tomatoes. Up next, I'm going to thinly slice 5 cloves, large cloves, of garlic. Then I have some fresh oregano. And I need 1 teaspoon worth of these beautiful leaves. And just give that a quick rough chop. Nothing crazy. Just like that. Last thing to prep, one of the key ingredients of pasta alla Norma is eggplant, and I'm using 3 Italian eggplants. I like the smaller size. They're a little dense, and I'm not going to peel these, so I'm going to have a pretty high skin to flesh ratio in this dish. I really love the texture of the skin on an eggplant. Just trim the tops and the bottoms. And then you want to cut the eggplant into about 3/4 inch pieces. Cubes, really. So the eggplant, they taper, so just do the best you can with making somewhat even-sized cubes. That takes care of our mise en place. Time to start cooking. I'm gonna start with my eggplant. It's gonna take the longest, and we don't wanna overcrowd the pan, so I'm gonna cook it in 3 batches. Start by adding 1/4 cup of extra virgin olive oil to a fairly large skillet. Going to warm this oil over medium-high heat. It's going to seem like a lot of olive oil, but you'll see how quickly the eggplant just kind of sucks it up. Truly are like little sponges. Once your oil is hot, add your first batch, and you want to generously season it with some salt. Eggplants really suck up seasoning as well, so don't be cheap here. So not too long ago, you used to have to pre-season eggplant to remove excess moisture and some of the bitterness, but now they're bred to be less bitter, so there's no need for that extra step. And just cook these, tossing, stirring every now and then until lightly golden on all sides for about 6 to 8 minutes per batch. And you can see how most of that oil has been absorbed by the eggplant at this point. As the eggplant cooks, it begins to start to release all the oil. Just continue to saute because we really want to cook it through at this point. Okay, this looks great. We have some nice color on pretty much all sides. And just transfer it to a bowl. And repeat with the remaining 2 batches. Let's help this process along a little bit. This batch is looking good. Last batch. This is done. Slide that into the bowl. I have a pot of boiling water that I'm going to generously salt for some pasta. We'll let that come back to a boil. For this dish, I'm using rigatoni. Something to take into consideration when choosing a pasta are the size of the holes. You want the size of the holes to be similar to the size of the items that are part of the sauce. So in this case, the eggplant, the tomatoes, because then they'll get trapped inside the pasta and you'll get an amazing, tasty bite every time. Now we can come back to our sauce. Going to add the tomatoes into the pot. And we'll season that with some salt as well. If you're seasoning as you go, you shouldn't have to season at the end. As this cooks, the skins are going to begin to peel away and the flesh is going to break down, creating this jammy, super flavorful sauce. They're so pretty. You can see we're about halfway there and it's already starting to get nice and jammy. Stir it every now and then so that it doesn't burn. Stick to the pot. And sort of use your spoon to break up the tomatoes. Rigatoni takes forever to cook, but it's worth it. It's delicious. And at this point, we're ready to add the garlic, the oregano, and a generous pinch of red pepper flakes, as little or as much as you'd like. And just stir that in. And we're gonna let this cook for another minute or two, just to let those flavors infuse into our tomatoes. My pasta is nice and al dente. So at this point, I'm gonna use a spider and just transfer it to the pot with my sauce. Then I'm going to add about 1/4 of a cup of the pasta cooking water, just to loosen out the sauce a little bit, and the eggplant, and gently stir to combine, adding more pasta water as necessary. Looks so good. Let's serve some up, no? Grab yourself a bowl and go to town. Make sure you're getting a little of everything. And then last but not least, some of this delicious ricotta cheese right on top. Doesn't it look so delicious? Now, the key to eating pasta, there's 2 ways to eat pasta that has ricotta cheese on top. You can do what my dad does and just stir it all in, or you can grab some cheese and then dig in to the pasta itself. I can eat this every night if someone makes it for me. Pasta alla Norma is another perfect example of an Italian dish that uses just a few ingredients that are prepared so perfectly that they taste amazing. Buon appetito.
Good morning. Breaking news taking a toll. Russia stepping up its assault on Ukraine, intensifying attacks on civilian targets as the first major city falls. The flood of Ukrainians evacuating rising fast, hundreds of thousands fleeing in the last day alone, while Russia adds to the escalating tension with new nuclear threats. We're live in Ukraine and Moscow. Breaking overnight, criminal conspiracy. The January 6th committee saying former President Trump and his campaign defrauded the American people.